Sapri Pekiko, Ancevis Capamaldo, Silpanisian,
Sequezo,
Suipiti me
Cacago,
Sauve,
Sauve,
Tope se palpe juve,
Canawi di Shode Bodainwe, Pasque,
Somewhere to vomit
Saudi, oh yes,
Power Bonnie,
bon conseil, come in,
Créole, pas sommeil. Power la clé con un soleil.
Wazini's away,
Maman today.
Halibut, Halibut,
Oh yeah.
Coco, Coco Miguas, right. Come in, y'all. Hi, Veronica. Membet, Mempuel. Parce que
c'est pas tous les jours qui Noël. Bush fan c'est pour manger.
Bush fan c'est pour manger. Share the live, y'all. Share the live. Come on.
Même passion bonne pour pencher. Oh yeah.
Bon conseil.
Moun créole pas prendre sommeil.
Pas prendre sommeil, moun Jean Créole. Wazini's away. I love that song so much, y'all. Come in. Let's talk. Happy Saturday. Come in. Some good Dominica music. Powerball ni bon conseil. Don't fall asleep. Mama for today. Come in, share the live. Wazini's away. Mama for today. Mama for today. Oh, y'all, halibut is one of our awesome cadence, Lipso. He's a genius. I love his voice. So much. That song, Powerball, Ni Bon Conseil. What is a Powerball? So, hello, people. Welcome. I am Dr. Triffy. I'm a licensed psychologist in Atlanta, Georgia. But I am from the lovely Caribbean island of Dominica. Not to be confused with the Dominican Republic. We love them, yes. We love them a lot. But they are a completely different country. We are further south. We are between Guadeloupe and Martinique. And we speak a French-based Creole that we call Creole. So this song that you heard, the singer is talking about parables and proverbs, which are wise sayings that our ancestors gifted us. I think that's where they hid the psychology and a lot of the secrets to longevity. If you don't know yet, Dominica boasts the second highest number of centenarians in the Western Hemisphere. Yes. So come on in, y'all. Come on in. Let's talk. We are having a meaningful conversation tonight. We are having a very meaningful conversation tonight. On tonight's podcast, I think people from all the small islands, particularly the small islands, have interest in a topic like this. Because tonight I want to explore the psychology of power and politics. And I'm using us in Dominica. I'm using our experience now in Dominica, in current day Dominica. I have invited Mervyn Paul to speak with me, to converse with me on this topic. And when you meet him, you'll understand why. I will give you a hint for those of you who are not yet familiar. He wrote a very potent article last week talking about politics in Dominica. And he has interesting insight. And so I am very curious to hear more of what he shares. So if I were in class, so I used to be a teacher at St. John's School in Dominica. If I were in class, what I would do is I would say, no interrupting. But, yes, I do want you to interrupt in the sense that I want you to type your questions, type your thoughts, type your reactions, and so that we can talk about it, Because again, my intention is to have a meaningful, thoughtful conversation on this topic. Okay? We just talked about NATIWELL. One of the principles of longevity, I believe, in Dominica is that of NATIWELL. So NATIWELL is a Creole word meaning universal love for your fellow man, love for yourself, of course, first, and love for your fellow man. And this principle of NATIWELL that our ancestors lived by, they lived by it. They lived and died by it. That's a principle that led to practices like Kudme in Dominica. Kudme is where neighbors, entire families would go help another neighbor to start their farm, to move a house. It means a piece of the hand. I'm giving you a piece of my hand. So we are sharing. And so that spirit of cooperation, working together with people you liked, people you did not like, people you could stand and people you could not stand, in service of a common high goal, is what NATIWELL reminds me of. And so that's the spirit with which I am moving through this conversation with Mervyn. If you were in class, I would say, if painful feelings come up for you, breathe. Take more oxygen into your body. Ground yourself. Put your feet on the floor. And breathe. That way you're taking more oxygen into your brain. And you're able to feel your feelings, but still access your frontal lobe, which is where your reasoning, your judgment, and your common sense reside. Okay? So that's what we're doing. We are grown people having a grown-up conversation. Y'all want to hear a story? I want to start with a story. So once upon a time, in 1961, there was a psychologist called Stanley Milgram. And Stanley Milgram conducted a series of studies on the concepts of obedience and authority. And his experiments involved instructing study participants to deliver increasingly high voltage shocks to an actor in another room. And that actor would scream and eventually go silent as the shocks became stronger. The shocks were not real, but the study participants were made to believe that they were. Now, in that very well-known study that you can just Google, but that everybody who's taken any psychology major will hear about, there were 40 male participants, and they were told that the experiment focused on the relationship between punishment, learning, and memory. The experimenter then introduced each participant to a second individual, explaining that this second individual was participating in the study as well. Participants were told that they will be randomly assigned to roles. You were either going to be a teacher or you were going to be a learner. However, that second person, that learner, was going to be an actor. They were going to be pretending, okay? So the real true participants, the people that we're really looking at, were the quote-unquote teachers who had the ability to administer the shock. All right, now during the study, the learner, like I said, was in a different room from the teacher, but the teacher could hear that learner through the wall. The experimenter told the teacher that the learner would memorize words, pairs of words, and that they were to ask the learner questions. If the learner gave the wrong answer, the teacher would be asked to administer shock. The shocks started at pretty mild levels, 15 volts, but increased in 15-volt increments up to 450 volts. In actuality, the shock was fake, but the participant, the one in power administering the shock, was led to believe the shock was real. And they were instructed to give a higher shock to the learner with each wrong answer. When the 150-volt shock was administered, the learner would cry out in pain and would ask to leave the study. He would then continue crying out with each shock until the 330-volt level, at which point he would just stop responding. During that process, whenever participants hesitated about continuing, the experimenter would give a cue to the one in charge of the whole shebang. The ones administering the shocks, the power people. They would tell them to just urge them to continue. Continue, just go on. You have no other choice. You must go on. The study ended when participants refused to obey the experimenter's demands, or when they gave the learner the highest level of shock in the machine, and that was 450 volts. You want to hear the results? Milgram found that the person giving the shock obeyed the experimenter, meaning they gave the shock and they encouraged the poor people screaming to the point where they couldn't scream anymore. 65% of them obeyed that command. 65% of them obeyed that command to the point where they give the learners the highest level of shock. That means way past the level where people were screaming, and way past the level where people had, they were so overwhelmed acting that they even stopped screaming. Many of the subjects, of course, what they were mimicking when they stopped speaking is something that is called learned helplessness. Learned helplessness. Now you tell me, what do you think that kind of result says about people who have the ability and who have access to power over people who don't? You draw the conclusions and type it in the chat. Tell me what you took out of what I just told you. This is one of the most important pieces of research in psychology, because what it does is it tells us what people do with power, especially when power is not checked. So why am I doing this tonight? Why am I doing this tonight? Some of y'all heard me in the spring fussing, like just in distress, when I saw my pops at the hospital. Like literally, like I was sure he was going. We were sure he was going. We were sure he was leaving. And it wasn't just because he was ill. In large measure, it was because the care he was giving was inconsistent. At the end of that whole experience, in my view, the care was inconsistent, not necessarily because the medical personnel were not trained properly. What I felt was a big piece of, I'd say, a paucity of empathy. Paucity. There was a lack of empathy in the way that many people were caring for him. And after that, I said, I'm going to be speaking up. I'm going to speak when I don't think something is going well. I'm going to speak. That became an issue, the idea of speaking and continuing to speak about things that, we could stand to do better, particularly after somebody from back home who knows me and who heard me talking on Facebook, almost in distress, texted me and said, "Are you sure you want to keep talking? Are you sure you want to keep talking about this? People are going to say that you are negative." I said, "What do you mean?" She said, "Please be careful, because people are going to say you are negative and they're going to talk bad about you." But let me tell you, the same thing happened to my loved one. And I felt it. I said, "What do you mean? Do you mean that people are just suffering in silence and they don't feel like they can talk because they're afraid of repercussions?" I mean, I felt her fear. And because of that, really, I will say what is on my mind. I will, because gel fan ni pour manger. You close your mouth and you decrease the likelihood that you will get help. You must speak up. We are adults. If something is going right, we clap. If something is not going right, you have a responsibility to identify the problem. Why? So that you can come up with a solution, mon cher. So, the leading of my heart is to continue to have these difficult conversations. And they have become difficult. I'm not sure when they became difficult, because what I remember growing up is we would talk about everything to everybody. We would talk about everything to anybody. And there was no fear of repercussion. I don't think that was a move forward. The idea that many people feel afraid to share their thoughts and their feelings. Now, God is a God that likes to play games with us, okay? So here I am, I say that in the spring. And Mr. Paul writes this article last week. I think life likes to test us to see how serious we are. I think life will send us situations that I think life already knows we are well equipped for, though. I think we have always provision for life situations. But I think life likes to test us to see how serious are we when we make these pronouncements and these decisions. How serious are you? Are you really willing to speak up and speak through and speak to and speak with when difficult topics come up? So tonight, my test and my struggle is I know all the players really closely. I know all the players really closely in the article that Mr. Paul wrote. Dominica is my home. Cottage is my constituency back home. The Paul rep has been my brother. Yes, has been my brother from, gosh, I must have been 15 or 17. So he is married to my sister. I know him. I know his heart. Mervyn, for those of you who don't know, was my first friend. My first little friend who at 3 years old, we would hold each other's hands and walk from cottage to our preschool on the cliffs overlooking Capuchin Bay at Teacher Rosie's preschool. So life was like, yeah, you want to talk about difficult things? Yeah, I'm going to give you a hot potato right here. Let's see how serious you are. If you're saying you want to talk about things that impact Dominica for the greater good, for the highest good of all, yeah, I'm going to give you something to talk about. Let's see if you want to take it. Now, of course, I have learned, I've been through enough shas in my life. Let me not call it shas. Let's call it life lessons, life experiences, to know, to listen to the leading of my heart, and to know that all will be well, and to ground myself in the higher good. So this is what we're doing. This is what we're doing today. We're talking about what will undoubtedly be a painful topic for many people, but I believe strongly that this conversation is well past due. Well past due. And it's one article, but it's when you see the carbuncle comes out, but there's stuff all the way below. It's not about the article. It's not as much about the article as what the article is suggesting, that are areas that we as adults, we as right-thinking citizens, we have to all, from captain down to cook, talk about. And we're doing it in this format because we are all over the world. Essentially, we're having a town hall meeting. We're all over the world. We can't go down by the bay and sit down, he and I, and just talk. We can't just go on the lazy bench and just talk. So this is what we're doing today. Okay? So, Carlos said, I've been holding out because my nephew does not know that Mervyn and I have been friends from, we were like brother and sister for a long time. Yeah. So I think all reasonable people, I'm asking us to breathe. I'm asking us to breathe through painful parts of the conversation. And again, so that we can access our reason and our judgment and our common sense. Because this is where we are. This is where we are. I think if we continue without making some adjustments, would you honestly say that you feel like without making adjustments, that everybody in the country feels safe to talk. Like that person reached out to me and shared with me. And is that healthy? Without adjustment, without any change, is that okay with all of us? Huh? If we continue as is, which is, all of us know we have been for the last 20, 22, almost 25 years under the leadership of one organization. And we have chosen that experience because that is the party we want. Okay, so that's number one. That's the party that most of us want. It's not as if this has been forced upon us. We have chosen that experience together. Now, listening to that experiment and the results I just shared with you, do you think it is healthy for us to persist on that path without adjustments? Are we willing to perhaps admit that this is a brand new territory for us? We've never had it that way before, and perhaps we are not that skilled in doing it that way. And that maybe our politicians have to learn a different way to manage this reality, which is probably going to continue given the status quo. What do you think? I'm also having this conversation because when you know better, you do better. And I'll talk about that a little later. After Mervyn and I talk, I would love for you all to stay with me because I have some extra thoughts that I want to share with you. Okay? So, I am ready to invite Mr. Paul into the room. And right before I do that, I want to do it's going to be like 5 minutes. 5 minutes of a review for some of you. It's going to be a review for those of you who've taken psychology courses. If you're familiar with Kohlberg's theory of moral development, how do we become righteous, ethical people? Kohlberg described 6 stages of moral development. Essentially, how do you become a good person? How do you become a better person? Yeah? You start as a baby. How do you become a righteous adult? So he says the first stage is that of punishment and an orientation towards obedience. So we're like kids and we're like, our behavior, we behave based on whether or not there are consequences, and we obey or we don't obey if there's a threat of punishment. So if your mom says, if you go outside and you don't come back, I'm going to whoop you, then we'll obey. You know, that's the first stage of development. Essentially, that's the lowest stage of development. Then stage 2, our behavior is determined by consequences. We focus on whether or not we're getting if there's something in it for me, I'm going to do it. If there's nothing in it for me, I'm not going to do it. Okay? Stage 3, we are the good boy or the nice girl orientation. Our behavior is dependent on social approval. Whether or not people like me, I will do the right thing. If they don't like me, if they threaten me to tell me they're going to stop loving me, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm just going to stay quiet. I'm going to stay and mind my business because people might say I'm negative. Huh? That's the good boy, nice girl. Stage 3. Stage 4, there's a law and order orientation where social rules and laws determine behavior. So if the thing is legal, I'll do it. If it's illegal, I won't do it. But that's where it ends. If there's no law about it, I don't care. Okay? And moral decision making becomes more than a consideration of close ties. So you're not just basing your decisions on whether or not this is my cousin or my sister or my brother or my friend. You're basing your decisions based on the fact that this thing is legal or illegal, right? And then there's stage number 5, which is called the social contract orientation, where individual rights, human rights, the understanding that everybody has a right to say, to think, to feel, to be, to do whatever they want. Why? Because they exist! Exclamation mark. That's you, that's me, that's the Prime Minister, that's Mervyn Paul, that's John Roberts, that's Ingrid, that's Elizabeth. Every human being has a right to say, to think, to feel, to be, to do whatever they want. Of course, they deal with the consequences or the results, whatever that is. Okay? And then here's the final one. Stage 6 is a universal ethical principle orientation. So above the fact that I have the right to do whatever I want, I'm still aspiring to a higher goal, which is something like a principle like NATIWELL. Even though I can do whatever I want, I'm going to have NATIWELL in the way I make my decisions. I'm going to use principles like justice in the way I use these rights of mine. Huh? Do you all think we've fallen in consciousness and in our level of moral development in Dominica? Let me know. Type it in the chat. Let me know. Because sini bobo ini longan. Meaning, if there's a problem, one of our parables from the ancient ones, if there is a problem, there is a solution. And perhaps we haven't found it yet, but it exists. It exists. So, on that note, I'm going to bring Mr. Paul into the room so that he and I can have an adult conversation with you, with us as community, understanding these levels of moral development and maybe checking ourselves to see what level am I operating on today? And can I make it one step up? Do I need to make it one step up? So I am bringing Mr. Paul in and asking him to unmute his mic. And I want to welcome you, Mr. Paul, to this conversation with me. Sir, welcome.
A very blessed evening to you. And thank you so much for having me. You already have people asking me questions. Tell us about those childhood days, and I'm laughing.
So can you tell them about those childhood days? What do you remember about those childhood days?
Everything you said. Just a little boy and a little girl. Both of them have crooked legs, walking. Bow legs. Both of them bow legs. Walking.
Bow legs and big guap jam.
Yeah, walking. Passing through the Lamitai and Sikwi. Going to Teacher Rose's preschool, then on to Clifton School.
Mm-hmm.
I remember very vividly making sure I got some of the potato pudding from up on the hill.
Mama.
Yeah, and you know what is interesting as well?
What?
That Leo and I became extremely close after, so Leo and I I remember Leo and I used to always find some place. Clifton School had a restroom which they built that in galvanized.
Yes.
And we used to sit behind there and just talk. And so our friendship, our connection goes back many decades, and they were healthy ones. And
Mm-hmm.
it's just amazing. Although we grew apart and went our own way in terms of our own lives,
Mm-hmm.
um, once we had reconnected,
Mm-hmm.
how instantaneous
Yeah.
the rekindling was,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
I'm so happy to I feel very privileged to be able to sit with you tonight and just vibe, man, just talk,
Hmm.
you
Just
know.
vibe, just talk through. We're talking and we're sharing thoughts. I want to say
Hmm.
thank you for reaching out. So I'll say consistently after my fiance died, you've been a friend.
Yeah,
And I tell people you don't need much when you're grieving. You just need somebody to just send a little text, check in on your person, on your friend. Just say, hey, how are you? Hey, I was thinking about you. That's it. So
yeah,
I
yeah.
appreciate that.
Yeah,
Mm,
man. I mean, that's why we're here. That's why we're here.
mhm,
We're here to be there for each other, and if we
mhm,
do that in the simplest of ways, then sometimes we think it is small, but the impact it has is just great. I can say the same. When you heard of the passing of my mom, and you could ID with that, having
mhm,
lost your mom.
mhm,
That support just means so much, and they say you don't know until you're in the same boat. So yeah, just being there is just means so much. And like you said, in simple ways. Hey,
mhm.
what's up? I this scripture was, I just felt I should share it with you. I sent you the song. I was like, yo, just check that out. That kind of thing.
Mhm, mhm,
And those just help you. It's just another leg that carries you through that walk of life.
mhm. Absolutely, absolutely.
Hmm.
So when I saw that article, okay, I'm going straight to it. When I saw
Mm.
the article, um, it made me think about Milgram's experiment that I talked about, and it made me think about Kohlberg and the theory of moral development. So it made me think that you know, man, when we know better, we have to do better, and we can all learn. Sometimes we don't see ourselves, so it's hard. You have a different perspective. It got me thinking about perspective too. Um, I use an example. I used the candle the other day, but if I show you this is what you see. This is all you can see. But this also exists to make the whole. And I think when we talk more with and to each other, I don't care about what, we get to the whole, we get to more solutions, we get to higher quality ideas. And I think that through no real fault of our own, I cannot say that we can blame. There's no, I don't know about blame. I'm not big on blame. I'm bigger on identifying things, looking at things, and seeing, okay, where can we do it better? But we have created a system in Dominica where we have voted for the same party, same leaders, essentially, for 20, you'll correct me, but 20 something years, you
Hmm.
know? And
Yeah,
that 20, how many? 22?
2022 now.
22. 22. And that comes with its own problems. It's a beautiful thing, but it can also come with its own problems. All right. So, you, Mr. Paul, you sent me a nice, what you call it, a little bio. So I'm going to read some of it. Okay, y'all? I'm going to read some of Mr. Paul's bio. So, besides my preschool friend and and high school friend and villager co constituent, Mervyn Paul is he describes himself as a man who is directed and driven by his love for the Lord and his passion to do his will. He says he's totally consecrated to Jesus. He was born in Dominica at the Princess Margaret Hospital. Okay. And arrived in Cottage at 11 months old after your mother, Miss Kathleen Aziel, now deceased, got married to Mr. Ezekiel Aziel, who has
Mhm.
been and still is your dad today. You attended
Absolutely.
preschool and primary school in Clifton, and then went on to Portsmouth Secondary School. You've worked in the public service in Dominica for 30 years and 8 months consecutively, serving as a prison officer first, and then on to the National Drug Abuse Prevention Unit, and then as director of the government's Corporate Communication Department, GIS, for 12 years. And the last 2 years, you were part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And over these years, you spent some time doing studies on addictions in New York, and also some time in India, where you did some studies on human resource planning management and development. Your passion has always been, and still is today, working with young people, more specifically young men, to help them live out their full potential. Mervyn is married, has 5 kids, and one grandson. I remember when your first son was born. I owe, he says, I owe the cottage village, I owe the village of Cottage a debt of gratitude, and the cottage constituency by extension, because it is they who looked out for me in the days when I walked to Clifton and to PSS to school. It is they who ensured that I stayed on the straight and narrow, and hence today I have a voice. So, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Anything you want to add to that?
No, I mean, um, I guess as we go along, there may be little snippets that come in, but that's basically it, man. I just like to be Mervyn from Cottage, and
Mhm,
that's it, you know. And every time I say that with a sense of joy and a sense of pride.
mhm,
You know, and I want the people of Cottage and Clifton and Capuchin and Tukari and Toto and Monfort and Monalu and Monsoleil and Southern Pie and Grange and Buck and Lago and everybody from Power Bridge go back. I
mhm,
want them to know that I appreciate the fact that they allowed me into their space.
mhm,
Um, you know, I remember standing up on the crater, waiting for the bus going up, and we used to buy little bakes and caught fish there. And we, you know, I remember those days. I remember jumping the non-school wall,
mhm.
playing hoops away. I remember those things, and I people allowed me. You know, people allowed me. I
Mhm.
remember Saturday, mommy would send me to Portsmouth to buy vegetables in the market, and I would have about 15 pieces of paper, different pieces of different notes in my pocket because 15 different people wanted me to buy this for them and I had to bring everybody's change back correct. And I
Mhm.
did that. And
Mhm.
everybody said, okay, look at 25 cents. So by that time I'd call it maybe $2 and something because I had my little snack. And people allowed me to grow with them, you know.
Yeah.
My crooked foot. I remember, and I'll say it. I hope it's not too. It doesn't bring back too many memories for Jacqueline. I was about to say Dolly. I remember my head morning, you know, look at this crooked foot, slow down, you'll fall down, boy. You'll fall down. And everybody thought I was going to fall and bruise myself, you know. I remember your mother used to be sitting by the telephone by Maccabi house selling her little pudding and that come. She said, how much you want? She said, and you better go home straight. And I call him Kefin and tell her, you know. I remember those things. I remember Rawl, man, Mr. Rawl, you know.
Yes.
I remember those days. I remember going up Denley for mango. I remember
Mhm.
all those places. I remember, you know, when we used to walk to PSS, we used to stop and take Jumbie Cowasol and send behind each other. I remember those things, and I appreciate those days growing up in that area. I remember all
Mhm.
of things. You know, I remember swimming. I used to be afraid of the sea, and this is Jeff married to one of the Daniel sisters, I think. Jeff was from Anzini, but he used to drive bus.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
Jeff was
Toto?
from in yeah, Jeff was from in the Situkari, and I used to be scared of Jeffers, and that is how I learned to swim. And then I started swimming along all the little rocks in Tukari, and diving with my little crooked foot, following
Mhm.
my phone and dive, you know. And then Monday morning, you know, driving and moving, going to school again, you know.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
remember Levi, and I remember Elise, and I remember Boboy, and I remember Martha teaching me primary school. I remember those days. So I
Mm-hmm.
say all of that to say that nothing that I have achieved in my adult life better qualifies me than the standing, the grounding that I got from the people who
Mm-hmm.
disciplined me on the street, who tell me, go home, or else I'll tell your mother and make sure you get a beating.
Yeah.
These people, I owe a debt of gratitude to them. And that is why I feel obligated to just speak. That's
Mm-hmm.
to just speak.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Okay, that's beautiful. I I think we look back with a lot of nostalgia about Cottage and that whole community. Like you say, from Para Bridge go up, you know, the same community that nurtured me and nurtured you also nurtured Reggie or Papa.
Mhm. Mhm.
And I mean I was little, so what I remember about Reggie, when you one of the things that politics does, it's the politician, the perspective shifts because the politician who used to be you, me, you work for so long in a new area, a new part of yourself gets shown. I say to myself often that a lot of people think they know Reggie, but I don't know that they know, they know a version of Reggie. I know Reggie, you know what I mean? So I know what I remember about those days is stuff like the cottage youth movement.
Mhm.
And I
CYM.
remember CYM, I remember Reggie's passion and fire
Mhm.
and voice
Mhm.
pushing. You want Reggie on your side when ish hits the fan because he's going to be defending you and he's going to be protecting you. And I remember our cultural group.
Mhm.
Um, I think Rosie and Sandra and you all, you know, singing. Gosh, I cannot even remember the song, but him beating the tambour, the drum,
Mhm.
and he wrote the song.
Mhm.
Wrote the song. Um, he and the guys in Tukari, they made the little disco, you know, uh,
Mhm.
pushing a lot of, like, I would say, so I think about Obama, right? I think about community activism on the ground when it wasn't really sexy, when it really wasn't sexy, because his views were so different than the norm at the time, because he was like with people like Para
Mhm.
Rivera and maybe I want to say Athi Martin. I want to say at a certain point with the alliance movement,
Mhm.
you know, but but I remember that's what I'm saying is the same community has nurtured us.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. And for me, he walked the talk. He walked the talk. And over the years, many people would say that as senior minister now, he's acquired quite a resume, which was a different take from your article, which was a different take from your article. So some people might say he's acquired quite a resume. If you think about um, the roads that he's built, or at least overseen, and I'm not sure what the word might be, but one could say that he's been responsible. He's been responsible for, like, say, the Lagon Road all the way up to Tantan before Kempinski came. So, like, I know, I read the article and there was something in there about, hey,
Mhm.
the roads, you got to go all the way up to Capuchin. You know what I mean? But the
Mhm.
road home to Grange, De La Wazine Road, Bell Hall, Tantan Bridge, the seawalls, Tukari, Tantan, where else? Capuchin might have a seawall that's been built under his direction and administration. Mount Wade Bridge, the Savon Pie Road going up to Penville. Some might say school uniforms and textbooks and transportation, but I think the transportation, I was thinking about the transportation. I remember when Beck was driving, but that was under Arlene Carbon. That the bus, the transportation at least started then. Some would say that he's organized for many villages to have jobs, and there's a health center being built in Savin Pie now. You could call the Cotton Hill um, apartments as part of his resume. I want you to tell me more about what you mean when you say when you refer to his resume. What would you have wanted to see? What do you think he missed? Do you think these would you include these in his resume?
Okay, so I'm not going to sit here, and the article wasn't meant to give the impression that nothing was done.
Okay.
That is not the intention of the article. I'm fully aware of the seawalls. I'm fully aware of the Capuchin, Tantan, I think Tukari as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I think Tukari, or right under the church, I think, seawall. I'm fully aware of the current construction of the health center in Savin Pie. And the partial improvement of some of the roads. I am fully aware of that. But let me backtrack a little bit.
Yes.
I'm also fully aware that Iron Carbon before him did those things. He did roads. He did seawalls. It was on the Iron Carbon we got electricity up north. And though it deteriorated over time, an improved water system, like you rightly indicated, the school bus program started under him. So all these that Reggie did, to a large extent, was a continuation of infrastructural work and some of the things that happened. Now, I also like to touch on what you said about Reggie's involvement in community development. That is there, and nobody can take that away. Reggie, I remember going to my liquor dance in the Tukari. That disc was painted in red, yellow, black. I remember those things.
Yes.
But our development is not static. Development of people's development is not static. Anytime it becomes static, we begin to go around in circles, and we're not achieving. We're not progressing. There must be progression, and you are the expert. You certainly shed more light on that. But there must be progression. When you look at the Scottish constituency, which has voted Labour Party for 22 years, but has voted Reggie for 27 years, because he won 5 years and was in opposition before. Now, if you notice in the article, I mentioned that these 5 years before, we don't even have to take that into consideration, because it operates in Dominica. You don't vote for the ruling party, highly unlikely to get anything done in your constituency. Sadly so, but truthfully so. The current state of the constituency, and when I say state of the constituency, I'm not referring only to what we can see in terms of infrastructure. The current state of the constituency does not reflect a government, a party, and a parliament that has repeatedly boasted of how his government has taken Dominica to the next level. Comparatively speaking, at one time, I remember we used to refer to the Kalinago territory as the most depressed. It was the poorest. Okay, let me put it that way. We used to say it's the poorest community. When you look at strides that community has made all around, both from an infrastructural development and a people's development. It is chalk and cheese. It is chalk and cheese.
What were you wishing? What are you wishing you had seen? What is? Yeah.
So, first of
Seen.
all, yeah. Well, good interjection here about more of, because I believe we could have seen more of our roads developed. More of our roads developed. I mean, the current state of our roads past Kepinski to Capuchin is deplorable. It's bad. I felt so bad reading an article sometime back of some people who drove all the way to Cana in Capuchin,
Capuchin.
and how they were lamenting the state of the road. They were going to this beautiful Cana heritage site, but they were crying on the state of the roads. Just like constituencies like Soufriere and the other constituencies, we have historic sites which can be tourist attractions. Now, if we have Kepinski, where we expect people to come from across the world, we must and should have been positioning ourselves to have some people take a drive, go see something, go spend a little dollar in the place. For people who say it's not true, we have a waterfall in Tantan. Many people know about that waterfall at the back, going up past Mr. Burton house up there. We have a beautiful waterfall. Do you know that?
Really? I don't know that. You know, we have land up there in Goulet. I don't even know that. But it's so far up in the island.
You remember Goulet, right? Not many people know that. We have the Tukari Beach, which is one of the beaches, how you call it, the World Heritage Dive, whatever, underwater beauty.
Yeah.
We have, and you know, diving is one of the industries in the world that brings a lot of money. Because when the divers come, they come for like a week. We don't see people diving in our waters and coming, taking those pictures and coming back. And what is being done to attract these people? Tukari Beach is one of the most beautiful beaches that we have.
What would you have liked to see? What would you have liked to see?
Well, of course, like I said, I would have really loved to see when the divers come to Champagne Beach that they can come to Tukari. Somebody has to do something. We have somebody representing the place who can help put us as part of the marketing package, make sure we are on that.
Okay.
Let the people know that Tukari is a dive center too. But by that, the little gazebos can make some money when they come. The people who would be at Kepinski for a while. We have cannons, just like Cabrit, sitting down in Sikwi. Those are historic cannons. They're rusty, they're maybe full of tetching in them, I don't know. Nothing is being done to, get Dr. Helena Church to assist us and, get some young men, get them employed in clean it, build it, set it up, do whatever you have to do. So to Capuchin, Clifton, Capuchin, look at Cana. Cana is just so beautiful.
So did Reggie create? Well, not create, but build the site. What was his involvement in the Cana site?
I know he may have been involved. Now, developing it, saying it is there. Yeah, build this beautiful Cana site is one. What are we doing to market it? What are we doing to make sure that it becomes useful, worthwhile, and it can do something that would enhance our community? Now,
so more marketing of the tourist site.
Of course. Because, for example, once I have the time, I make it a point of duty to listen to the Parliament of Dominica. Once I have the time. And this young lady from Soufriere, I've never heard in Parliament if she have not spoken about Champagne and the beach and what Soufriere and Scott said offer. Every time, relentlessly, even before she was Minister of Tourism, relentlessly. I do not hear that about our community. So it is, for me, I'm almost of the impression we have nothing to offer. We have nothing to offer. Now,
so all those things, more.
Of course, all those things can generate employment. It can generate employment. Now, so I'm talking about improving our infrastructure. When you tell me that when COVID hit and children had to do schooling at home, people were worrying because the telecommunication provider saying that they couldn't come up that side. I don't know, because I didn't hear what effort was being made by our PALREP, the leader of our community, to ensure that our people will, in this day of technology, people were not left behind. I don't know. I didn't hear. Eventually, I know the Prime Minister spoke about the government paying some money to those providers for them to go everywhere, make sure everywhere had it. All right. Now, I also want to touch on the area of youth development for a man who himself was so actively involved in getting young people riled up and woke up and culturally involved. I'm going to be straight up with you. Reggie either has lost it or departed from it. I don't see him and feel him in that way. Now, when you tell me that you can literally point on your two hands how many scholarships we got between Capuchin and Laos, Venezuela, China, Gremlin, we can go on and on. Our people not tell eh? Look at Dr. Margaret Wallace. Our people not tell from up that side. Is it that they didn't want? Is it that provision was made for them? Did we do how you call that? I'm looking for the correct word, but did we do try and find out how many graduated from the Dominica State College, what their interests were, and how we move forward? I remember Reggie having a meeting in Cabres, trying to meet with the young ones who graduated, and so I remember that. I'm going to put that in. What I've never heard of is that emanating from those discussions, we had these people going to China, 3 people going to China, 3 people going to this, 3 people, as compared, and I'm saying all those things because I'm comparing it to the other constituencies. If you notice in the article, I said some just one PALREP
right
can talk about those things. And I know about those constituencies because I'm, quite apart from working in the government information service where all the information was filtered through me, I know. I don't know that about our constituency. And I don't know it not because I didn't make it my business to find out. It didn't happen, or it did not happen on the scale it should have. Cottage, like Portsmouth and Granby, has been too loyal to the Dominican Labour Party and Reginald Austri for us to be where we are today.
So is what I'm hearing from you disappointment?
Absolutely.
Or frustration, or?
Well, I don't know if it's frustration, but definitely disappointment. Let me jump. You remember when we used to go to Clifton School, we used to have to leave to go Capuchin in a little spot. How they used to call it? Grong Bowl to play. You don't remember?
Yes. Because Clifton was there was no spot. Yeah.
That's how we used to fall down below the road. If you run too fast on the ball, it's below wrong. There's a pick. It's below. We go now. We falling by Delta down there.
Right. The ball lose. My Delta.
Yeah, and if it go Delta, you're not getting that again. Delta take him back. Unless you take a little fight and go and buy a coconut tablet, she's to give you the ball back.
Yes.
Grong Ball, we used to go Capuchin to play. And we used to be excited to leave Clifton and go Grong Bowl. I'm not saying Grong Bowl could have been developed because you know where Grong Bowl was. So you have to go up a hill. Grong Bowl, so when you play, when you hit ball in bushes, down it going.
Right.
You have Lamb playing field. This place has been neglected. They play rounders. I remember a year or 2 ago, they had a rounders league. They had Capuchin Girl, Clifton Girl, Cottage. They even had people from Pennville coming. Play Suma with Befla poison. Befla ke ped and hazeki and bala.
So the park is not kept up.
Now, do not tell me that Cottage don't have young people, because one of the reasons why so many young people have gone out left the constituency and gone to other constituencies, you find plenty Scottish people in other constituencies, is because they couldn't find it conducive, your own community. And I know for a fact that Cottage have produced Windward Island cricketers. Dennis Bear played for the Windward Islands. Well, we know Greg played for the West Indies. Greg toured Sri Lanka with the West Indies as a wicketkeeper. Yes, Greg Francois. And there is somebody else. I don't remember. So it means if the facility basic was available to not only create the desired incentive, but to maintain those who are already on their way, you never know what could have happened. But we don't have it. Today, if you have a young boy who wants to play cricket, he must go Portsmouth. Now you may say there's a lighted basketball court in Southern Pie, but welcome. Cricket and rounders has always been our spot.
Let me ask you this, because I'm thinking as you're saying this, I am weighing the fact that now, in addition to being our representative, he's also very, very involved with taking care of the entire country. Do you think that the community was making, because one human being really, I mean, your brain cannot be the one generating all of the ideas. What I'm asking is, were there opportunities where the people suggested and say, we want this, we would like this, we prefer if we have that, what do you think about XYZ? Were these, are you aware or not if these were discussed?
Very good question. And the answer to that is yes, I am aware. Let me just take the part of the question that you spoke on first. You said that let us not lose sight of the fact or forget that he is also a minister responsible for the entire country in terms of his sphere of operation. His sphere
of operation plus level of, you're one human being doing many tasks. So,
okay.
Yeah. So I guess I want to know more about the support and input from the community itself towards him with ideas, some of these ideas. Yeah.
Two-part response. You should, anytime you lose sight of the fact that you became a minister because you were elected as a pal rep, you are losing focus. You would never be a minister if you were not elected by the people. And if there was a system of recall and the people recalled you, your ministerial position is lost. Which, unless the prime minister chooses to make you a senator and keep you as a minister. So if you allow your ministerial portfolio and responsibilities to so drag you away or consume you that you forget who sent you to the White House in Roseau, you are losing focus. Secondly, if you are the parliamentary representative and the community has gotten to a point where everything is solely dependent on you generating the ideas, and you have failed to build the necessary pillars, these necessary systems that will assist you in developing your community, that's an indictment on you. Because when you were elected to represent the constituency, you were elected to represent people, not only to go and look for housing and scholarships and roads for them, but you had a responsibility to develop, to create systems and put mechanisms that would create the kind of capacity in your constituency that would make you and your job much easier. If that has not happened, and today's excuse is, well, I alone have to do everything, it's an indictment on you. You brought that on yourself.
I have a thought.
If I should just jump in, say one thing here, if you will. You remember Arlene Carbon? One of the most powerful YFMs was in the cottage constituency. Sometimes you wouldn't see Alan for a whole week because he used to live in Roseau, Monbruce. But the community was alive.
So what are you saying about that? What are you suggesting about that?
That, in my view, the Parliament has failed to build the necessary systems. Where is the LYO and the Women's Branch and the Labour Party branch that's supposed to be assisting you? Where is it? And that point I want to touch on maybe in another discussion, because it is bigger than the cottage constituency. It is a national issue where systems have been so destroyed and broken that everything revolves around one man. But
So you think we've moved away from systems to more like personality?
You spoke about Kudme at the top of the program. People lament, we don't do that anymore. The systems that we put in place to ensure that even if I'm not there as a leader, but stuff is going to happen, work is going to take place, people are going to be energized, the veins are going to, the blood is going to continue through the veins, have been destroyed. Whether it's intentional or not, we can examine that another time. But the evidence is there. So if that is an excuse or a reasoning or used as a rationale, it is an indictment on the Parliament.
So let me ask you this, because one of my somebody looked at the post, the first post I made, and said, "You're going to be coming to talk to me," and said, "I really want to come listen because I'm shocked that you said Mervyn Paul, because it's from that person's point of view, you've had a long history of close allegiance, not just to the party, but to the representative. So are you saying, what was that? The person actually called you, let me say it, a hatchet man for the party and for the representative. So were all of these things, like, were you ignoring those things back then, or were you not? You would have been in his circle, and you would have I'm assuming you would have had these ideas. So have you not shared them? Are you not part of his were you not part of his network?
Absolutely.
Part of his support system? Do you have to hold some of this responsibility for being part of his network on the ground, but not advocating for many of these things that you're mentioning?
And I welcome that question, and I welcome those comments, because it gives me the opportunity to speak truth. Look at our friendship today. If I find you erring, maybe said something or acted in a way, you think the first thing I'm going to do is go and write an article on Trifling?
No, not from you. No, not from you. No.
Oh, let's talk. Let's vibe. Me will continue. You don't care if me will pas me liping, especially if your action or actions has a rippling effect. People may be affected as a result. There's going to come a time when I'm going to tell it to you openly. Open rebuke is better than silent sacrifice. And I can say it here boldly because I know it's been going live and being recorded. I have had conversations with the Parliament. I have had conversations with people who are close to the Parliament about some of those concerns. I sat in the Labour Party caucus every Monday morning from 9 to 12 or 1, something going to 2 for years. And I spoke of those things. Okay? I spoke of those things. People will remember, my friend, when I attempted to start the process of replacing the current Parliament. Me.
I would love to hear more about that, because that's come up as I have researched.
And I would love to tell you and the viewers more about that. But I will just drop it in, and when you're ready to ask me specifically about that, you'll ask me.
Yes.
So just to say that behind the scenes, there have been that attempt and approach.
Mm-hmm.
You understand me?
Mm-hmm.
And I am at a point where I feel that things have to be said in a way and at a time, which is crucial for timing, at a time that will make people wake up and smell the coffee. Because at the end of the day, I have no interest in running or be getting involved in representational politics at this time, and I don't see it in the very near future. Anyway.
Mm-hmm.
All right. My interest is I would love to be able to come home and retire in a constituency that is better than I left it, than it is now, or than it was 22 years ago, 27 years ago. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let me just drop something here because I know you want to ask me more questions.
Mm-hmm.
Some people may think that I'm speaking now because I have some interest or scary send me. My friend, Masadiu Deni Fwala Mopali Baskerit. I can't tell you the last time I spoke to him. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I am not even sure if at this point in time he wants to speak to me. I
Okay.
wouldn't explain the reasons why.
Yeah.
When you're ready to ask me, you'll ask me.
Well, let me ask you this, because in psychology, we talk about an original wound, which is, if you're in a relationship, think about it as any kind of relationship, and you're going along, you're participating in all of the meetings, the caucus, this, the that. Is there an original wound, like that first pain, that first moment where you say, well, I cannot do this. This is not going to work. This is not for me. Ouch, this hurt.
I cannot speak of an original wound, but to say that there has been a wound that has been there for a while.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. When you would go to a caucus meeting, my friend, and you'd sit and hear pal reps speak about certain things that they would want or they are doing, and you wouldn't hear anything coming from your constituency. Except that if there's going to be a function, well, we know who is going to be the first one to fire the bullets. I have a problem with people's personality and if that is your choice of approach. At the end of the day, let us try and look for the people that we go back to every 5 years. So original wound, there may be one I can't place my hand on the original wound, just to say that there's been a wound that has been open for a while. It's been open for a while. You understand? And for those people who think that my speaking out now is something personal against Reggie, my friend, I have nothing against Reggie. Let me tell you something. When Reggie was not well, okay, and he sat on his porch right there with his family and confessed it, that I was one of the persons who would not waste a minute to constantly call or find out from him or Ashma or his wife, how is Reggie doing? As a matter of fact, there were people on the ground trying to build momentum, saying it's an opportune time to get rid of him. I said I will never embark on trying to beat a man that is on his back. It's not right. I will be a man and wait until he on his 2 feet again.
So tell me more about the banter.
I refused to do that because I felt it was being like a thief entering through the window when you know the man go Rozo. I would not have done that.
So how did that come to be then? Your attempt to become the representative?
So let me tell you, and that's a very good question. Now I will try my best to stay away from certain conversations.
Yeah, we don't need.
I'm not ready to bring
Yeah.
certain people into it yet, but I will bring them in
And I don't
subsequent.
need that. I don't need
Right.
that
Yeah.
for our conversation.
But I will bring them in because it will become necessary. But just to say that quite apart from me having the motivation to see better done, I got clearance to go ahead and pitch myself.
Clearance meaning what?
I got the green light. I got the blessings. I indicated my interest
What does that mean?
to the party. So I followed the law of the constitution of the party, which states if you have an interest, you have to write.
Okay.
You have to indicate your interest.
Yeah.
And then the party's administration is supposed to meet with 3, 4, 5 people if they have all these people and say, hey, listen, we have an incumbent, we don't think it's right. Or hey, this person putting their name forward seems the most possible. If they decide, if you guys cannot agree on pulling away and allowing one person to run, there must be a primary.
You're saying that's part of the
Labour Party's constitution.
Okay.
Guess what? And I'm saying it here tonight. Guess what? They failed to follow the constitution of the party. The party failed. I will not quote what the then president of the party said to me and the general secretary said to me as to why they knew they were not acting right, but they were forced not to act right.
Was that a wound? Was that a wound?
Well, now you're saying that it may well have been, looking back on it. And like I say, I rely on your professional guidance. It may well have been. And my friend, even lawyers inside the DLP's belly told me I can represent you to take the party to court because the primary is supposed to be on the ground. And I know the letter which came to me was not written by the then president of the Cottage constituency branch because she confessed to me that she didn't write the letter. The letter was written and she was given the letter to sign saying that there will be no primary. I could have gone to court. I had people, Labour parties, lawyers willing to go to court with me to challenge the party. But I said it was approaching an election. In the interest of the party, I will not do that because it will cause a stir and a distraction because we had an objective to win. I pulled out. And the Pal Rep attacked me in Parliament. He said what he said. I still never responded. I never went at him. I just said, you know what? I'm committed to the bigger picture. I left that alone. Because people say, you know what I'm saying? No, that is not me. I wasn't in that. Because you see, me, I was committed. And I figured if it was going to be Reggie, it was going to be Reggie, irrespective of what happened. So that has to be known. So it was not that I had not shown an interest in playing my part, even at that level. You understand? And I can tell you, and I can say it here, had the primary taken place at the time, I would have won that primary because I know what was going on the ground. And let me tell you something, my friend. That is why our people in the constituency and in Dominica in particular have become so messed up because there is a lot of backroom machinations that have blinded our people. Let me tell you why I said, let me just reference something I just said. I had gotten the green light to go ahead and challenge Reggie from within the party. But people must have thought it was a joke. So when I presented my blueprint, which I had done professionally, and months I was serious, and the things are getting hot on the ground, fellas went and said, boy, moving, causing trouble on the ground. And man just retreated. And the same push and green light that had gotten went dark, the green light went dark. And that, I can tell you, is nothing new.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's nothing
nothing.
reading that it's happened to other people.
Absolutely.
Mm.
Absolutely. And that is why I believe that our Palrep, coming from an organization that was so strong, days of Rosie Douglas and so on, would have fought harder to have made the head of the country, which is our constituency, a shining light. Cottage constituency is not a shining light as we speak. On the contrary, it is dark, literally and otherwise. It is dark. It is dark because the people's spirit have been so dampened. The place is dark. The vibe is dark. This is a place that boasts of one of the loveliest beaches on the island, boasts of strong farming, boasts of beautiful people, cultural activities, and I can go on and on. Where is all of that energy? What has happened to our people? And I say people have their responsibility. But when you vote a PAL rep and a party for 27 years and you are looking like we're looking now, something is wrong. Something is wrong, and we need better. Cannot take more of that anymore.
So, are you suggesting I'm going back to the parable, right?
Mm.
Every wound has a cure. I want to touch first that what I feel to be a wound, because it's a relationship. You're committing. Imagine you're in a relationship, you're fully committed, but your partner is not necessarily all the way committed to you, and you think you have an agreement, and then your partner does something that kind of like leaves you wide open, um, and isolated in a way, alienated, alone, on a side, unsupported in a big situation. But every wound can be repaired. Was any effort made to repair it after that event?
On whose part?
Both of you and the organization.
Well, from my part, I decided, and I'll tell you something, my mother was my strongest influence. Anytime that lady had said, do not do, I would play make it stubborn, but in my head, I was like, that's what my mother said, leave that alone. My mother was like, move and leave that alone, move and leave that alone, move and leave that alone, move and you know his problem. That thing started ringing in my head. I decided, let me just back off and continue doing what I was doing. Now, to answer your question directly, I felt that because I had just given that up and left that alone, that because there wasn't any bad vibe or bad blood, to use that term, per se. It was just that I knew what was done. They knew that I knew. I left it alone. Nobody can tell you that since that period, I was all over the place griping. I certainly had fallen out with Skerrit or fallen out with Reggie or so on. As a matter of fact, I became more vehement and robust in my defense of these guys because my commitment was to the bigger picture. Not that I wasn't aware of the fact that the constituency and certain parts of the country needed better. And that's people give me blows. They say you knew things are going wrong and you defend it, but that was my commitment to the bigger picture.
What was the bigger picture?
The party making it win. Now, one may say you went ahead doing that at the expense of your people. It may appear to be so, and I am not going to run away from that.
Is there a part of you that can see that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not going to run away from that. No, people say, why no? Well, why not no? Why not no? Maybe I could have spoken sooner, a couple of years before, but I would have had to have been in a different place spiritually. I would have had to be in a different place.
Talking about that Kohlberg's
That's right.
moral development.
I shared with you that at some point in time, You have to feel ready to be liberated.
Mm-hmm.
So I had to be in a different place, a different mental space, a different spiritual place.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't there then.
Mm-hmm.
And if it means I have to tell the people, well, yes, I take some responsibility, I do. But that does not mean that at this point in time, because I'm taking some responsibility for not having spoken out sooner, that I shouldn't speak now.
Mm-hmm.
Because it will be worse on me then if I
Mm-hmm.
continue not speaking and it continues to happen. So I need to free my spirit, because like people need to know, I am on a different trajectory. I'm happy to be serving God and doing the things that He has called me to do, which I wasn't doing. And as a result, I am liberated to speak. And that is where I can feel confident that everything I say here today is truth and cannot be disputed. So while I applaud Reggie for his community work from as a young man growing up and his early days of representing the constituency, like you said, in terms of some of the infrastructural developments, some of the things, I personally feel that when the country had and has a largesse, comparatively speaking, to what was there then, the constituency did not benefit and is still not benefiting. So when it didn't have, we were loyal. When it have, we loyal and we still not getting, it cannot be right. It cannot be right. And that is why I say, whether Reggie is tired or he's lost, he lost it, he don't know anymore. It is time for the constituency to get fresh leadership. There's a point I want to make, but I'll allow you to jump in here.
Is that
Sorry?
your strongest recommendation? Is that one of your recommendations? And we're going to come to that, because I do hope that we come to what are your ideas for solutions? So we'll save some of that. Yeah, we'll save some of that. So here's my next question for you. Okay, human nature. We're full of virtues, but we're so full of flaws. And I think there's something that we do, human beings. Again, it's human nature. One of those things we do is when we're in love, we're blinded. And so, but when we are out of love, we see all the pain, we see all and sometimes we're apt to exaggerate the flaws. I want to ask, where do you think your article falls on that continuum? Of was it hyperbolic? I mean, very like explosive, exaggerating. Would you have said,
Definitely,
if you were
definitely,
still connected to the organization, how might it have read different?
definitely not exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing I've said in the article that is not true
Mm-hmm.
and cannot be proven. Now, if I was still deeply connected to the organization, I probably would not have written that article,
Why not?
because my approach to dealing with that situation was behind the scenes. I would
Even
talk
without success, or
because I believed in people that they would make the difference.
Mhm.
And I was not about to go and beat up the Labour Party in public.
Mhm.
I wasn't going to do that, because I felt I had the ears of the Parliament, I had the ears of the Prime Minister, I had the ears of people. Motisa Dio.
Mhm. You could express your
Yes. That
wants,
is where
but
the caucus thing and the other meetings came in. I had that opportunity. So I felt that some way, someday, sometime, somebody will listen and somebody will do. And my friend, even after I more or less played like more tiwe come, but I still parle ba mo. Okay? I can safely say that there are couple budgets after I left Dominica that I spoke to the Prime Minister about. Directly, I can say that. I make no bones about that. He's have Makamati. So I was still talking.
Yeah.
But then I felt people would not, they don't care. Who's moving anyway to be talking and trying to suggest? But when it was a certain election, can you willing to assist us with our PR and communication? Also, that's what I'm good for.
Mm.
The people in the Scottish constituency need better. They need help. They need improvement. That is where I was, and that is where I am today.
Okay,
So,
here's my Okay, so I'm coming at you with something else.
hmm?
So the piece is definitely potent. Like I said, I think um every there's a lot of polarity, meaning as good as a thing is as bad as it can get. Or this whole thing has these sides, yeah. Um so there's a child in all of us that I think is more emotional and more responsive to pain. And then there's an adult in all of us. And the child part of me, the child part of me wanted to say, Gasson, why are you talking about my family, Gasson? Why are you talking about my family like that, my boy? You were called by my sister, you eat my mother's, what you call it, sweet potato pudding. Yeah, you know my sister can cook. All my sister, big tongue. Why are you talking about my family like that? My brother, big, what you call it, Scotch whiskey, blue label, red label, white label. Why you got this in the community, my brother? That's pardon me. So what's the answer to that? Answer the child. Answer the 3-year-old. We're walking up to Clifton School.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's only because I felt that your sister and your brother and I close enough that I could say it and hope that they don't take offense, because I don't mean any harm. So I feel that I can.
Any harm, them kind of things that you're saying. That's all.
But if I say my brother failed to look out for me when I was when let me give you let me use a little analogy. I remember going to Clifton, right? And I was
As the 3-year-old, okay, both of us walking up.
yeah, and I got in trouble. You remember those people that live below Clifton School there, Sylvia, Cock, and them, the panties.
Panties, yeah.
And I got in trouble, one of them, and they decided to gang up on me in the afternoon to beat me, and I had to go up right up by teacher Rosie Morden, passing the shortcut where we used to collect our mails, and run down for them to beat. So if they didn't stand up for each other, so somebody in the family tell them, so you just allow moving to do what it is and you do nothing, and you say you're my brother. My point is, that's it. That's just the point, Reggie. Mrs. Austri, all of me tell you, Ashman I bon Jean, you know. Bon Jean, you know. And I don't care what people say, Ashman is my friend. Mrs. Austri taught me at school. When I would come to Curry for cottage feast, I would go by Reggie, you know. Drink 2 whiskey when I was drinking whiskey and eat fruitcake, you know. You understand me? I would do that. I don't have any problem saying that. But that is not the issue. That is small. That is, I could do it because I knew I was welcome there. I would not have gone to somebody else's home because you partake bamosa. But I knew I was welcome there. You understand me? If I allow that to get in my head and prevent me from speaking truth, I'm not helping Reggie. I'm not helping the community. That cannot be a reason for me not to tell you, my brother, you are failing.
You know, I wanted to ask you that because I think this is the pickle. It's one of the pickles that we find ourselves in, because in addition to the fact that we have chosen to create our system like that, where we have repeatedly voted for the same party. And I think it's because they're good and they're good enough, and that our options have not proven themselves to be as good or better. That's my theory. But I think because we have that system where it's become the norm. I think we have almost one generation who that's all they know. They're not used to any other party. This is all they know. So this is like their life. And then you mix that with all of our deep one on one small village. I'm your sister. You are my mother's godmother who was married to the uncle who's it is very complicated. It makes it very hard for us to really share our truth, except if we go up to the adult part of the self. Except if we go up to the adult part of the self. Because my next question is from this. I'm like, I understand that's the child part of me that wants to be like, what are you doing? Why you putting our business out there? Why you doing that? We're all in a small village. This is causing an uproar. I think that very often we keep ourselves back from talking about painful things because we're afraid of those, like the feelings that come up. Yeah. So the highly emotional baby part of me,
Mm-hmm.
I'm convinced that Dominica needs the emotional part of me is like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? But the adult part of me is like, at this juncture, because we are facing this unprecedented experience, we don't know how to navigate it. And so we all, in a sense, in my mind, are having to we really need to go up higher and work from the adult part of us, like I say, that breathes through the emotional response and allows our frontal lobes, or our common sense and our good judgment and our reasoning to be higher than our feelings. I know high emotionality has become very sexy in Dominica, where if a person says one word, we fall in on them. And so we stifle the conversation and the communication. And there is no more air into that thing that could potentially generate all of these ideas for all of us to benefit from. We go into our stress response, we freeze, we faint, we're ready to fight, and it's just not a good mix until we as a community, as responsible adults, put the feelings down on the side. This is your reptilian brain, people. Access your mammalian wise mind, thinking brain versus the emotional brain, and try to look at, okay, left, okay, right. And that's for the people, but I think also for the leaders, that they have a higher responsibility, even because they have to understand that you all have all of this power that you keep getting over and over and over again. But if you're not doing any moral development, you're placing yourself and the country at risk. You're placing yourself and the country at risk.
Can I jump in here?
Yes.
And I want you to remember that last line, because I don't want you to lose that, because you're developing a very, very important point here. And I know where you're going, but I want to respect your professional line of thinking on that. I don't want to, but I need to jump in here before,
because it is too important.
Yeah, I want to jump in here to touch on two things you said. Margel Duran, good evening. I'm saying somebody. I just want to say hello to some of the people saying hello. Nettie and Margel. Yeah, I know. And Margel used to pick us up and bring us probably in this school, and used to stay there all night in Peter's Face and so on. Anyway, we'll do it. But you said the last piece you talked. You said they're good because the reason they've been voted for so long, they're good, and probably the alternative is not what we're looking for. You said they're good. Here's what I will respond to. How do I respond to that? I'm not saying they're not good. They're probably not good enough for today's, for the time today. Let me tell you why I say that.
Tell me why.
I'm not giving any political party any plug here on your program. I'm not going to do that. I want to walk straight down the line. Because like I've told you, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to get affiliated with no political organization. I want to walk straight down the line. However, if you fail to stay abreast with the times as a political organization, if you fail to take people with you, because that's what you promised when you went to them for their votes, I will help you improve. I will develop you. The world is moving at a very quick pace. And it's either you move with it or you say, stop, let me jump out, or you jump out. Now, if it stops and you jump out, the consequences of jumping out while it's moving are far different. If you take people with you, then you are keeping with the promise. If you are not taking them with you, but you're going, you have failed the people. Let me say a very special good evening to my very dear friend and mentor, Pastor Paul Carrot. He's on there.
Hi, sir.
Yes. If you fail to take the people with you, but you've taken yourself forward, you have failed the people.
It's a breach of the social contract.
Yes. The current administration may have been doing that for a considerable period of time where they were taking people with them. In a lot of areas, and I say that out of love, they've dropped the ball on people. They've dropped the ball on people. And if I should narrow my statement down, they have dropped the ball when it comes to the cottage constituency. They have dropped the ball. They have disappointed cottage constituency people. They have disappointed.
They expected more, especially because we've been loyal.
Absolutely. Although loyalty to me is not length of time, it is giving your best while you're there. But they've been there for 27 years.
In good quality.
Absolutely. So what I'm saying here is, while you say they're good, that is relative. Because when you look at what is presenting itself, then in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. But if you had to have, if people were stepping forward and presenting credible alternatives, then we would have to make a judgment call on whether they're good.
Well, are there people stepping forward and saying, I want to become the new Paul rep? Because, Reggie's getting older,
There are people.
There are people. And it's interesting you would ask that question. Because some of the people who have, again, either indicated their interest or been called by the people, the guns start coming out at them. They are being attacked early. The cottage constituency was not willed to Labour Party by anybody.
No. Because we used to be Freedomites.
That's right.
In big measure, yeah.
So if today somebody is putting themselves forward, called by the people, or deciding, why try and shoot them down?
I have a question about that, and I'm interjecting because I think my heart hurt me. Yeah, I felt pain watching the way that the Grand Bay seat was organized. And the
very interesting observation.
Yeah, and the St. Joseph too. I felt pain because I guess my thinking is, I think the party is strong enough. Honestly, I don't think the opposition has made a good case for themselves ever. I don't see that. I haven't seen that. Not enough. I don't think the way they're structured is. What I'm saying is, by evidence, the people have kept saying no to that structure, to that setup. But I didn't feel good. It hurt my heart because it felt as if the people were being told in so many words that you must accept a certain candidate And I don't think that's not real, that's artificial.
Hey, listen, let me tell you, you're very bright, and I mean, I know that I've told that to you also, but you going down that lane.
Artificial. And that must cause the human being a lot of stress and distress.
You
Because it's
remember
oppressive.
you remember in the article I mentioned Koliho?
Yeah.
We should not lose sight of that. We should not lose sight of that.
Mm-hmm.
Koliho constituency should serve as a perfect example for the Cottage constituency. And that is why I believe right now this constituency of Cottage should stand and send somebody to parliament independent of political parties. And I say that with no fear of contradiction. Koliho people were told and almost dictated to that they should not send a candidate to allow the then Freedom Party candidate to win the seat so there could be an accommodation. Now, that had its bigger implications or objectives because that was an effort to woo the Freedomites into supporting Labour Party nationally. Yeah, you're right. But guess what the Koliho people did? What we have failed to do, and I'm really hoping that we can grow some nuts and do it in the Cottage constituency. The Koliho people sent a message to the Dominica Labour Party. You will not tell us.
No,
who.
I don't like that.
Don't tell us. We will tell you who we want to send to Parliament. They sent Kuno, aka Kokok, to Parliament, and he became Deputy Speaker of the House.
Yeah.
Now, just to put in that here before I shut up and allow you to quiz me again. If we allow in the Cottage constituency any party to come, be it Labour, Freedom, what's the other one? APP or Alex New Party, or and I heard there's another one coming up, I don't know. If we allow them to come and tell us this is who your candidate is going to be,
that's not cool.
We're going back around again.
That's not good.
Cycle. We must decide who we send to Parliament.
Let me tell you. So I think if that happens in Cottage constituency, I take in a plane and I come in and I making sure I go in, I run in for as an independent candidate. And even if it's 5 people that vote for me, I say vote for me to make a statement that this is not acceptable. It is not acceptable. It's not necessary. Because then what are you doing? You're stacking the deck. That's not correct. I don't like, that's icky. And what about the people's, that's one of your most fundamental rights as a human being. And people fight for that right to really be able to vote for who they want. It's got to be more organic than that. There's no need to make it so farcical.
So you see why we're fed. You see what we've been fed in the constituency. You see what we've been fed in the constituency for 27 years. That is why it has happened like that, because we have not had a say in who represented us. We've just been taking everything that's thrown at us.
I don't
and
like
even when we decide to say, Gasomon, I choke in and Mohat Ufe, we're being told that's not too me pay bushula.
That's not correct.
It has to stop, my friend.
That's not correct.
That is why I don't want anybody to take what I'm saying personal. It is about we liberating ourselves, liberating the people. So no Labour, no UW, no APP. None of them should be telling us who we should go in the constituency and say, strive in your Wallace we want. We should say is whoever we want, and let that person come from the community with the wind of the community behind them.
Let it be an organic evolution, the way it's been. I felt very sad for the people in Grand Bay, I have to say. You want your party to win, but still, it was like ouch, like it felt like it was violating a bit. It was like
it just didn't feel good, my friend. It did not feel good. And that is, you see, that is a reflection of the thinking of those who lead us as to what they think of our people.
But here's what I'm trying to explain. But what I'm trying to explain is that when you have a system that's been in place like this for 22 years, and you have that much unchecked power, because in my view, the opposition, they might, like Margell is saying, have provided proper plans, but they do not have a structure that the people of Dominica have been saying yes to.
Did you repeat what Margell said?
I did.
That they
have
plans and manifesto.
The thing
Margell don't want me to talk about people having plan and manifesto, because people cannot plan and manifesto.
People are like, they're not feeling the combination of the opposition. It's another part of that kind of coagulated thinking where I want it like that, so I'm doing it like that, and you're going to have to take it like that. It is the same thing in the other side. It's the other side of this.
That's right.
You understand?
You are absolutely right on that one. Let me tell you, let me just lend some support to what you just said.
Please.
When you say the opposition is not ready, you are correct.
Not ready.
You cannot tell me that your best approach or best response to the issues that are affecting people on a daily basis is what's his name? Monfared, 4.2 billion. People going to after a while, but I tired, bro. I cannot drink tea this morning. I can't send my train to school. The place haven't got a playing field for us to play. My child cannot get a scholarship. Those are the kind of things people want to know. How are you going to do it? Speak the language that appeals to what is my concern.
It's marketing.
Yeah, and when the other thing about it, my friend, is, and let me tell you, the opposition and the current party leader, government, the party in government has some commonalities.
They do. They really do.
Let me point out one. The same way Cottage constituency has been voting Labour Party for 27 years. Supporters of the United Workers' Party are today saying, boy, we don't want Linton. No, Linton is a good leader, but he's here alone that put his name up. Why aren't you motivating your people to challenge him? Listen, you are going to go to the meeting and put your name up as a potential leader because he's not good. So there are some commonalities. So just like people speaking with Linton, and you will be going down.
No.
With labor. And voting scary, and Reggie. Even if they're getting blows like all clothes, like we used to say.
And they're going to keep getting it because even if they're right that he's a good leader, what I'm saying is you have to go with evidence, mon cher. For 20, as much as the people have been saying yes to the current administration, they've also been saying no to you. And even as they've been saying no, they've been making suggestions like hint, but you are refusing to take the hint because you want it your way. Well, keep doing it your way and see how it works for you. And
let me comment on something somebody just said. That's interesting because you and I spoke on that, I think, a couple of days ago. Somebody said that I'm being unfair. The people have been told do not listen to the opposition, therefore they do not hear of their bread and butter. Garçon, that is where the people are failing themselves.
Yeah.
So somebody tell you going to jump over on the precipice, you're going to jump then.
They have surrendered their power.
That is, you know what I noted there, my friend? We have lost our power to think.
We surrendered it.
So responding to lunatic, I know who she is, my friend. You people can tell you what to do. Listen, you see me moving Paul here tonight. When I gave at least 2 people heads up, look out, something is going to hit the end with them. You got some no boy, not to do that. That's why the man will come at you, the man will attack you, and so on. So what I had to do, put my tail in my bottom, condition life, is say, okay, I scared. They said what they wanted. Yeah. I decided to think and act on my thinking, which I believe was my conviction.
We completely.
And that's our people who've lost our power to think.
We're complete human beings. I think this is one of my biggest reasons for having this conversation. I am just so annoyed and disgusted by this new way. This is just so not us. I do understand how it came to be, because based on that experiment, I'm telling you, people, after they keep getting the shocks, right? Say the backlash, or being frozen out of certain things, being made to pay for their sin of not following and towing the line, you learn to be helpless. Somebody put it on there, learned helplessness. So in the experiment, in the beginning, the person getting the shock is screaming, and then they stop screaming after a while, because you just like a lambi. You just know I'm a lambi, and they're gonna up the with no grease. You understand? With no grease. And the reason they're gonna do it with no grease is because 65% of any 100%, 65 out of 100 people, if they are given that much free reign and access continuously, over and over and over and over and over again, with no real check, it's very human. They're not doing something weird, you know. I'm telling you, if you or I were in that position, we would very likely be doing the same thing or something similar. You understand? Except if you make a very concerted effort to develop yourself, morally speaking. When you're given that much power, the human being cannot handle it. Not well. Power corrupts, and absolute power, like we have set it up and we have created this system. It's not like they did and they told. Nonsense. We vote. We are doing it. We are saying, yes, we want you to continue doing it to us like that, because we are telling you we are too afraid to speak up and tell you, ouch, it hurts. And when we make one attempt and we tell you, ouch, it hurts, and you come back at us, and just because you're in a different perspective now, you can no longer see or relate to the pain, we go like this, moo. So it's really, that's the thing, we have to suspend our high emotionality and just breathe. Calm yourself down, cool yourself down, ground yourself. You're a complete adult with a powerful position here, because you get to put that little X. A powerful position. You get to put that little X. Right now, you still can. And in a way, you are not, some of you are being told, not really, you're not really getting to put an X. I want you to come out and vote, but I'm going to tell you who to vote for. This is artificial. It's very painful. It is not supporting the free thinking and creativity that we need.
And let's go there. And let's go there a little bit. Let's go there a little bit. You're raising some very, very, very salient points. So while we still have that freedom to vote, or we call it the democratic right, there's an election every 5 years, or when they call it every 4 years. Everybody go and vote. You just said it. We're still being told where to vote. And we still go and vote where we're told. Why? The question is why.
It's the power thing. It's the power thing. We won't wake up.
But in addition, and you're right, it's all power, because what I'm going to say is also, it all falls under what you said, power. Look, we know in our hearts that it's time for change.
Yeah.
But we've been so economically deprived, deliberately. That has been so well orchestrated that we almost feel we have no choice. Because if it is known that we voted differently, tomorrow we're in trouble. And so for fear, out of fear, and not realizing that we've lost that power to say, I. And if all of us can say, I will vote my conscience and make the difference, then obviously then the change is easy. So for me, the article, this discussion, and coming articles
Coming articles.
Oh, absolutely. There are more coming. One is already written and it will be coming.
Okay.
And you'll be so happy. You like to laugh. You're gonna laugh at the caption of this one so much. But it is a big stone that will roll probably in some people's garden.
Okay.
What I'm saying is we have lost the constant feeding people of that notion that you cannot do it without me has eroded our ability to take principled position, even when our gut is killing us that what we're doing is wrong.
So the confidence, people have lost their confidence too.
That's the point. It is, my friend, if I am to read to you tonight messages coming to me from the cottage constituency and other constituencies, from people with their little shops, people with their little children going to school here, and telling me, Mervyn, thank you for speaking out. My friend, I'm going to tell you something that may surprise you. I have on my phone conversations of people who are either married or in love or have relationship at different levels with ministers who are telling me, thank you for speaking out. That is how much hurt that is underlying.
Isolated. Yes. Isolated. Yeah, it's like you
understand me?
Yeah, we have to do different.
So it means, like you keep saying, and I have so much respect for you and your professional view on this thing. People are hurting, and that hurt has taken so much of a hold on them that it has eroded their ability to stand and say, I have had enough. I know I can make the change. So people will send me messages and they will, I cannot say anything. What do I do? What do you do? What do those of us who can muster the voice and have what it takes to speak up? What do we do? Do we help in keeping these people shut down? Or do
I think we have to remind, that's for me. That for me is, and I don't care who you vote for, if that's who you want to vote for. I don't care. That's not my business. That's not my business. You understand? You vote for who you want to, but to say I feel pressure to vote one way or another, but I that doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good to me.
Did you say to say you feel pressure?
Yeah.
But they feel the pressure. It is there because the pressure is there. What we need to return to is that inner ability to resist the pressure. The pressure is never going to stop, because if I'm a politician, if I'm a church leader, if I'm a sports leader, a community leader, and I want to suppress people's opinions of, or I want to push you in a particular way, I'm going to come on strong. It is for you, the individual, to decide, you know what? I have a mind of my own.
Do you think, or, well, I know they have, it is complicated grief, Neva. Do you think our politicians, again, owing to this unprecedented experience where we've been in these roles for 20-something years, do you think they have lost perspective and lost the ability to see, to feel what the common, regular villager is feeling?
Yes. You know why they've lost it? Because they too, first of all, anytime you lost touch with your people, you're going to lose perspective. Your vision is going to be obscured and blurred, because the people sent you there for a reason, a purpose. Anytime you lost touch with the people, you on your own business now. You're doing what you think needs to be done. What you think needs to be done. And that is why so many of them drift into accumulating wealth. That is why so many of them drift into corrupt activities. That is why, and I'm saying politicians, all of them across the board. That is why they drift into doing all the things which they were not sent to Parliament to do. They were not sent to Parliament to do those things. So the answer to your question is yes. And we have some long-serving parliamentarians in Dominica who have clearly lost their way.
lost their way in the sense that they have failed to represent the people, but they have amassed, and it's happened in the opposition too. So don't make it sound like I bat on the Labour Party and I leave in the others out. All of them have done well for themselves.
So do you think what I think, which is, given that we have this kind of unprecedented system, again, that we the people have created and can uncreate when we are ready, and can uncreate if we are
welcome, Ian Douglas.
Do you think then that, back to Kohlberg's moral development, do you think our ministers or politicians need to go on a damn retreat somewhere? Go learn to
retreat. But when the last time I checked, when I used to go on retreat, I used to go on the retreat and then go back home.
Do you think they need some therapy? Like, what do we need? What is the answer? What is the answer?
Well, I don't know if it's the answer, but I have my answer.
What are your answers?
Currently, Dominica needs a purge, political purge.
Like a reset.
The current regime, there are still a few good ones in there. And I say good, relatively speaking. There's still a few good ones there. They have not lost their way yet. Yet, the opposition must realize that what they're presenting is not what the people want. The people say one thing and they say another thing. They need to emerge a core of fresh, young ideas who are ready to face the global challenge with the people. With the people, not losing sight of the fact that the people are the ones who are going to send you. That's what we need. Because I am telling you, it does not make sense to take out Labour Party and put UWP in, just switch them. Because when you hear them and you assess them, you hear so many similarities.
I do.
You understand me? So we need people to come from across the corners, fresh. You understand me? Let me tell you something, my friend. You would know that Freedom Party came on the scene, and after 15 years, people felt 15 years they have to go.
I know.
They have to go. Alan Carbon was a young man. People feel they have to go. That's for 15 years. Why we feel that after 22 years, we don't need change?
Yeah.
And I mean change not necessarily talking about Labour Party alone. There needs to be a revival. You remember when it's a crusade in the boxing, when they say a revival? We need a revival in our souls, in our political souls. We need a revival. You understand me? Because when you listen to the rhetoric coming from the opposition, it sounds as if when they get there, they're going to look to see who they can share first.
I know.
And then for them to start to do their share. We don't need that type of politics anymore. Bringing it back to the cottage constituency, Nuka Souffle. We need change. We need to have a different song in our ears. We need to see the smiles on the people of the cottage constituency face again. We need to see them people full of energy again. People forget it was cottage and had cultural group before Capuchin.
I know.
We forget Tangi. We forget those things. We need to go back to the days when people would feel. Let me tell you, the amount of people from the cottage constituency who want to go back in that constituency and enjoy the place. May your pair, that's what the place looking like it's Zorro that live in there. You were there recently.
I know.
Went down there a couple years ago.
I told everybody who would listen that there was a different energy, and it felt, the word is bees. When you wash a white clothes, but it's not really white. So that's bees.
Bees. Long as you hear that word. That's what had salad bees.
So that was the feeling I had. I was like, oh, but I was going through a grieving, very grief. So I thought, one of my cousins said, maybe you were just grieving, and so it was just feeling heavy. But other people have told me similar things. Like the energy was kind of stagnant, like kind of, what is happening? And we need some freshness. We need some.
But I'll tell you what, my friend, that is where I told you earlier on. The way things can change
is for us to stop, or at least put a brakes for the time on aligning ourselves with political organizations. Send independent thinking people. So if Cottage does it, Pierre Bush does it, another constituency does it, an independent thinker, then what you have? You have 11 independent thinkers who are not affiliated to any party running the country. 11, and then you go to the president and say, well, out of the 11, Dr. Trifina Wallace is the person with the majority support to lead. Independent people, then the political parties will learn their lessons and they will say, oh, that's the same one side. Then people get smart.
The independent, I think that's we have to do something different, because we're going to keep getting the same thing. And the different, Moshe, again, like I say, our politicians, back to that research, 65% we can expect will be misusing the power. We can expect 65% of them to misuse the power, except if they do some serious moral development work, which you cannot force that on a person. You cannot, you cannot legislate morality.
You're right.
So you must go and become more morally developed. A person's got to want to do this. You see? So
you're absolutely correct, man.
What are the options? And independent people run as independents. Yes, that's a good one. The people have to remember how powerful they are, and that even if you choose the person who's there now, even if that's who you really, really, really want, that's great. But to be very aware and very clear that I am doing this because I want it, versus I feel this pull. I was telling people about how to identify power leaving their body. Your boy, your queen. Your queen is like a hole in your belly. Somebody's overtaking your power. Okay? And you need to learn to shut it down and reevaluate, reassess. If at the end of your reassessment, you're still, yes, that's my person, I really prefer them, and yes, I really want to vote, great. But not just blindly like the Pied Piper is blowing a darn flute and you just lockstep and barrier. What has happened to the human being? What has happened to the human being? You know what I mean? All have a voice. And the vote is the most precious way to express that, to demonstrate that. And
precious and powerful.
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 You have to remember that.
I will repeat that, political parties have failed us. Political parties have failed us. They've failed us. You understand? They've started the race well, excited, and they've done a few things and so on. Once they were sure, they had us right where they wanted us. They locked the door and they know the door.
You think they were bad lovers? Like there's some people who once they crap on you, they're like, yeah, man.
Yeah, they turn bad lovers along the way. They lock the door behind us.
Yeah.
And I believe that is where we must break the windows.
Yeah.
Burst the doors and say, it's our time. I am sending an independent person to parliament. I am sending somebody not affiliated. No, that is not to say the 11 or 12 people, independent people who would win, cannot come together tomorrow and form some sort of organization. But they will be reminded that the people can call you back anytime because they sent you there as an individual to represent them.
Yeah.
What we've done, we've sold not our soul, but
will.
We sold that political birthright, so to speak. That right that was given to us to be able to exercise our franchise. We sold it to politicians, and that's why they can take us and do what they want. That is why my expectation after tonight's discussion is, man gonna look for chainsaw and hatchet to come and look for me, because man feel I heard their bobo. I roll big stone in the dashing garden, but I'm telling you, my friend, I have bigger stones going to roll, because right now I'm talking about the Cottage constituency, which is my passion. It is my heart. But I will broaden the discussion, because there are national issues that require just as much attention. But for now,
we have to look at Omosoti, quotation boa and hula. We are I told you the other day, Dominica lie down so we have the nose,
and
we have the head,
we have the brain,
we have the neck, we have the brain. But how we can have all of that and we say no kid there?
I know.
It's not right. Why in this day and age should we be talking about Dominica being the, or you call it the whatever resilient country in the world after Maria? But all houses that's been built in Capuchin is plywood. Pookie. Why? I going back to the Palrep. He failed us in that regard. He has been the longest serving minister of housing in Dominica. When Earl Williams was Palrep for Salisbury, that's why Salisbury had a highway running down to the sea.
But he's not housing anymore, is he?
Who?
Our Palrep is not.
Yes. He had given agriculture for a short period of time. So why can't we boast of having the best housing stock in the country? Don't tell me about an apartment building in how you call it out there? Cotton Hill.
Yeah.
Don't tell me about that, because apartment building where people who are not even deserving the apartment Dominic, you only dying. That nothing. I'm talking about that. Because the people who marry and mash up their house in Capuchin and elsewhere should have resilient housing too. That is what we were sent to Parliament to do. We should have good roads. The good road shouldn't end by Kepinski. You understand me? Our young people should not. Let me tell you, after Reggie served all those years in Parliament, Reggie should not be at the point where people in the constituency saying he cannot come there. They don't want to see him. After so many years, people should be saying, boy, Reggie, you're going to leave, boy. Really, guys, boy. Where, boy, we won't get another Palrep like you, eh? That is what we should be saying. On the ground now, my friend, you hear in Gasson, it's time for Mr. to go. Mr. do enough for himself and he don't do for us. That is what people saying. I'm not asking you, I'm just repeating what people people say. That is, you should be, you know when Alan Carbon lost the election, how because people feel it, eh? But we know the machinations and all the different things that happened. Alan lost. Up to today, people still talking about Alan Carbon. That is how you want to be going out as, or when people or if somebody decides it's time for you to go, or if you announce you leave in to say, no, Gasson, you're not ready for it to go yet. Not what people saying. And that is where I say Reggie with what he may have done in the constituency, what he did not do will overshadow it, because you're leaving behind more people hurt than when you came in. And I'm not saying that people cannot do things for themselves too, you know. Of course, people have to get up and do things for themselves. But when you have a community that trusted you, that gave you their best over so many years, and they don't feel you coming back, but they seen otherwise. And that is why I will say, we should not allow Roosevelt Skerritt, or Lennox Lincoln, or Alex Bruno, or who is the one in charge of APP? Corbett? Julius Corbett?
I don't know.
We shouldn't allow them to come and tell us, well, we have a candidate for it. This one is the best one. This one is the best one.
That's nonsense. That's not acceptable. Like, I think that really hurt my heart watching the people in Grand Bay basically bend over. I do not like that.
Doc, there's an interesting question coming from our village pastor. Very interesting question. You seeing it?
Is there a possibility of executing the suggested change in mindset within the framework of the current political system? The thing, Pastor Paul, is what I was saying is you cannot legislate morality. So you can suggest, moral development training, because again, this is a new experience. Nobody in we don't have any politician who has had the experience of having to be in office essentially unchallenged for going on 25 years. And when you put any human being in a position like this, any human being, you get this drift.
Let me add to that very, 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 very great point you've made. If you are kidnapped, and when they were bringing you to where they were going to hide you, you only saw one way.
Are you trying to tell me because you locked and you remember coming there midnight, whatever time in the dark you didn't see, that you wouldn't try and plan an escape? Even if you don't know where you're going when you break out? Here is what I'm saying. And Pastor Paul was asking a very question. I just want to add to your point. That is where my suggestion of sending independent people to parliament. The political framework may be skewed. The political system may need revamping. Some people be talking about the electoral process need to change. That all that may be so. If it is not changing, one thing that can change is the thinking of our people. We can send independent people to parliament. So by one doing that, we say we're not affiliated to any party. 11 constituencies we take to do that. We're not affiliated to any party. 2, when they get there, one of the mandates we give them is review the current political system, the electoral system. You understand?
Yeah.
But the change have to start, and that is why we lose focus. The change have to start with us down there. Is who we send. We cannot send one man or one party to parliament for 27 years anymore.
That's not right. Like we
cannot do it.
Setting ourselves up. It's a recipe.
That is right.
Yes, it's a recipe for disaster because it goes against human nature. Humans. Ken was putting up there that absolute power corrupts. Power corrupts and absolute power corrupts. Absolutely. It's the truth, I mean, I have so many more questions to ask you. I have a thing I want to do before I go through some of the comments. Okay. Any relationship, regardless of how painful, regardless of how it ends, it's got its joys, it's got its pain, so it's got its peaks and its valleys, and it's got, based on the experience, there are going to be things that you'd never want to happen again, and there are going to be things that, man, I always want this, if I could, to happen again, and they're going to be lessons. So I want to know, tell me about your relationship with the party, and you can include the power rep in there. What were your biggest joys being in that movement? What's your biggest joy or your biggest joys?
Let me tell you. When I decided to throw my support behind the Labour Party, okay? Alan Carbon had lost the election. Reggie was young. Like I said, Reggie had a movement in the constituency from his days involved in all the activities. Yes. So we're rolling with Reggie. Energy high. At that point, I wasn't too immersed in the politics as I became later, although I came from the bowels of YFM and Freedom Party and so on. And a lot of things I learned from Miss Charles, like canvassing and how to count votes, and I learned those things. But when the thing really bite me is when Scarrett emerged.
When you caught the bug.
That's right. I believed in him. I think he meant well. He was young. He spoke the language that appealed to my thinking. And so all the people I had influence over, or I could speak into their minds, Mohale, let's go with Scarrett. And I spoke, I wrote, I rallied. I was in the belly because I figured finally we get another Miss Charles, or we get another, somebody's. Yeah.
So that was your biggest joy?
Absolutely. The day I gave Scarrett my unrelenting support, I think that was for me, that was the most exciting part of it. And it stayed for a while. And even when it began to wane, I was like, okay, I think he will catch himself. You understand? But there's so much that I will say going forward about why I think that we must be very careful about handing people power for too long.
It's not good. It's a setup.
We must be very careful
handing people for power for too long. And let me tell you,
it's not
in one of the elections, Dominicans kind of catch a little glimpse, because it went from 17 to what? Or 18 to 15 or something like, 16,
Yeah.
It went down,
Yeah.
Because, and then a lot of the other constituencies were won by small margins.
I remember.
You got this as people were thinking, like, okay, they beginning to think, listen, we need to check. It's like almost like that is our checks and balances.
When we got to the max of, remember when Miss Charles's max, maybe about 15 years in, that might have been that one where it was like, we had never broken that precedent. So I think you felt a stop loss kind of thingy for those people who trade stocks. It's like, but it broke down through. It's like Kaipula and Ikwazi. People just surrendered. They were like, man.
So yeah. So I mean, I'm telling you, and let me tell you, I don't make any apologies for the support I gave to Skerrit and the Labour Party at the time I did, particularly in the early stages, because he was exciting.
He's not exciting anymore?
He still is.
Okay.
Let me tell you. But here it is. I remember the first time my mother told me, you should go and bring me Roseau. Garçon, I wake up 3 o'clock in the morning because boss, I don't know if it's Leeward boss or who boss. Garçon, I wake up early. And I dress. My mother said, "Garçon, go and sleep. You're not going yet." Why? I don't want to miss the trip. First time I go in Roseau, I get another friend to say that.
Yes.
After I'd gone to Roseau 5 times, and the next time she said we go in Roseau, I say, I can wake up anytime. I was still excited, but the excitement was different because more on it Roseau. More on it Roseau. So you are the psychologist, I'm more giving that to you. So
it's human nature. It's human nature.
So that's the point I'm making.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah.
So I think I did what I had to do then. Now, some people may say, oh, you stayed in so long. People must not forget. I didn't come into the public service because Skerrit brought me. I work under Freedom. I work under UWP. I work under Labour. Mm-hmm. I served 30 years and 8 months. Okay? Mm-hmm. So my point is, somebody say, Nettie says Mr. Stephen Truck. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Yeah, these cottage people not easy. Yeah.
Times.
Yeah.
4 o'clock.
Yes. This cottage people not easy. Thank you, Nettie, for reminding me. So, yes. Is it still exciting? You made the point. You made the very educated point earlier on that there are some people who only know Skerrit and Labour Party because they were born 18 years ago. Mm-hmm. So they're still in the euphoria. You understand? But for people like me who have been able to step back and analyze things and see, you peel the fig, then you take off the little finger and then you start to eat the ripe fig, then you see it finishing. You understand? You understand? The first bite you take nice, the second bite you take, but as you're going down, it's not sweet as it used to be anymore. Mm-hmm. So my point is, people have to wake up. You have power. Yeah. You can do it. And those people who's all Christopher said, Mr. Lee struck. Oh yeah, Mr. Lee, he said Lee, but it's true. Those people who keep commenting about political system and electoral system is tainted, that may be so, but we can change it if we go back to the roots and start from the bottom up again and send the people that we want to change it. We keep putting the same opposition in parliament and the same government in parliament, then you expect it to change?
I know.
You expect it to change?
Consider that. What do you call it? Moving as they talk about Mr. Lee and
Stefan.
First Stefan, I said, beep, beep, beep.
Okay.
From Cassie, bro.
Look, Patricia said, a dry truck. A dry. Her grandfather or father?
A drive truck.
Yes. Yeah. Hi, Gina. Good to see you, Gina.
That's my follow-up question, eh? So you gave me biggest joy. I want your biggest pain. Your biggest pain from that relationship.
I'm trying to figure there's a better way to say it, but I'm going to say it. I think the current administration, in many ways, not all, have lost their way. And that's my biggest pain. They've lost their way.
What do you never want again based on that relationship? What do you never want to experience again based on that relationship?
What I want is what I want for my people. I want
what
people
do you never want again? You'll come to what you want. What do you never want again?
Well, boy, it's almost like what I never want is what I want. What I never want.
Never want. Yeah.
Yeah. What I never want again is to give people unfettered and unrestricted access to my power of thinking, my power of thought. Mm-hmm. I made that mistake. I gave unfettered and unrestricted access to politicians and allow them to enter that head and that mind without putting checks and balances in place earlier.
Boundaries, people, yeah. Boundaries. You have to test and see, well, how is this working for me too? Not just how is it working for the whatever, because if you're just thinking, well, I'm just here down for the greater good of the whatever, then you will end up doing a lot of things that aren't right. So on that moral scale, it might not always be correct for you. So we have to be able to, have to be able to make those assessments and checks. And we are the ones who have to check ourselves because, groupthink is a very powerful force. Groupthink is where we're just going with what the group says, even if it's wrong or if it's not working, it's painful for somebody else. We're just going to get along. What do you want based on this experience moving forward? What do you really want? What did you really want?
I've said it a few times. I'll say it again. What I want now, I want the people to take back their independence. Take back your power and your ability to think for yourself. That's what I want. I have done that. The only way I am here tonight, not fearing the backlash that may come, is because I have taken back. I have said, give me back my independence and let me think independently and decide what is best for me. Some people may say it came late. No, it didn't come late. It came when I was finally convicted and convinced that I could do it now. Take that back. That's what I want.
What's your biggest?
Sorry?
What's your biggest lesson?
There's a word called trust. There's a word called trust. My biggest lesson is trust until you are given a reason not to trust. But your sense of awareness must be very, very high for you to know that. Because politicians are subtle and they will seek to distort that. And you might end up with a false sense of trust that will lure you into a long relationship that will tear you and you will suffer abuse. Trust, as soon as you've gotten the slightest impression that you should check that trust, check it. Check it. And there are signs, there are signals that tell you your trust is being betrayed or taken for granted.
What's one signal? What's one signal?
One signal is when you say, I disagree, and people tell you, also you're against me now then.
That false dichotomy. That false dichotomy where they put us in this bind, where they say, if you love me, it's like an abuser. If you love me, you won't tell that I just hurt you.
Right.
That's not right.
Yeah. Anytime you hear that, take a breather, like Dr. Triffy like to say, breathe.
Yeah.
And say, So because I say I don't agree, all of a sudden I don't love you anymore. Your trust is on the verge of being trampled upon. It's time to open the laughing net and debache. Debache, because that truck is heading for disaster. Yes.
Yeah. Curtis, groupthink is similar to mob psychology. So that groupthink will get people into doing things as a mob, as a group. Like they'll hurt people, you know, because one person brought up the idea and they were like, yeah, we all going, you know, and pretty soon we can do some really damaging things, disturbing things, you know. Yeah. So I'm going to pause with my questions here because I still have some more, but I want us to review some of the statements.
I'm open, you know. I'm open to questions. Because as far as I'm concerned, if these are questions that's going to ensure that people get an opportunity to liberate their thinking, that's fine. I'm open. For me, there's nothing I'm fearful about answering. Nothing here, because
I'm happy you
I have a clean objective, man. I have a clean objective. I don't care what people think. And you know, let me tell you something. People, listen, don't worry. I'm not going to attack anybody who say anything about me. That is fine, because I knew it would be a mix of responses. So that is fine, and I welcome those things. It tells me that somebody's listening to me. Yeah. So that's fine. You understand?
Okay.
All I will do is stay focused on my ultimate objective. My people, the people must benefit. They must be better. They must be better. We have to do better. If we are going to say we're going to represent people, we have to understand that that is what we have to do. We cannot take people's votes, go to parliament repeatedly, get into government repeatedly, use the vote as a whip to these people, but use the very same vote as a vehicle to us becoming affluent, wealthy, and well-to-do, while these very same people are scratching the bottom of the barrel. It is not right. So ask me the question, my friend.
Okay, so Lenny is expressing this thought, which is not a question, you know, mostly saying that when a human being is placed in a position of power or control, they seem to lose their NATIWELL. And it is you really put a person. I think we've not done justice to our human being politicians by repetitively voting them in. There is a case for term limits. There's a reason why many people ask for term limits, because you save the politician from himself or herself. If you have that kind of setup, again, 65% at least will misuse it. At least 65%. Elizabeth says, closed mouths do not get fed. We have to learn to speak. There's power in speaking up. And you're the one, it's your right. You have a right to speak up and share your thoughts and your feelings. That power brings out the demons in good people. So my nephew Carlos says, we were holding out. He did not know. We went walk hand in hand from cottage to
Carlos.
And all little
school. Carlos, okay? My partner. Carlos, my partner.
Yep. Let's see. It's our God-given right to face the consequences of your decisions, whether it's good or bad. Yeah, we have to remember that. You know, you keep talking about that moving where our people almost, it seems like, for me, the way I feel about it is, I think I trust the skill level of the current party. I trust the skill level more than I trust the skill level of the other organization. But because we have not added any new fresh energy in, we have put them in a bind, in a not. It's a farcical thing.
And they may counteract that, Doc, by saying that over the years, over the last election, they've brought in new people.
Yeah, but brought in new people to the system who've
They've
had
brought
line.
they've brought in new people who behaving just like the people who voted.
Exactly. So it's no new energy,
Fall
really.
in line.
Yeah.
Fall in line.
Yeah. And we need that. Like I keep saying, I saw the guys on Borough Square. I saw the guys on Borough Square, Tukari, Cortege. I mean, fellas just sit and argue. But argue as in discuss, share ideas, disagree, and keep it moving. And we've come to a place where suddenly our feelings are so tender if somebody says they don't like a decision we made. How is that helpful? How is that helpful? You don't like a person, a whole human being now, because they expressed one thought that is contrary to yours. Can we just sit down and see more? Tell me more about this. Tell me more about this. Answer me in the house. Pick up yourself, moving.
Yeah.
Look. So Jacqueline remembers when Reggie was doing the look. She actually remembers the line of the song. "Nous te que vous devez voir tout dans Michel levé. Et puis point da 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 da." Yeah, y'all don't know them things, yeah, right? So Reggie wrote that song and was doing the music, and Rosie and Sandra and me, and maybe Jacqueline were you the other person? Yeah, we were dressed up singing our little song for. So in my view, Reggie has paid his dues to the community. I hear what you're saying. Again, I'm down to a long-term record like that must come with flaws and misses. But from what I'm hearing from you, there are many ways he could have done better or different.
Nobody remembers you starting the race well, and ending it. But everybody remembers you ending the race.
It exists.
Yeah, well, but what I'm saying is you don't stand on the podium if you start the race well and end last. You don't stand on the podium.
Well, truth is truth. So I want the whole record. I am not like, okay, you ended like this, so you completely lost, because that's not the full picture. I want the full picture so that credit gets given where credit is due. You
remember we usually call, I understand what you're saying, but we usually call politics a race. We call it a race.
And, but it's still
and like I keep saying, I remember the seawalls. I remember those things. They're still there for people to see.
I hear that.
It's just like, for example, you build apartments, you put people in it, they still cannot pay the light bill. They still have to come back to you to pay the light bill. So for me, I'm not against giving somebody an apartment. But if you create an opportunity for somebody to make money, they can build their house and they can maintain their house. So I'm not against the apartment. There are some people who cannot afford and need an apartment.
That was actually going to be one of my questions for you, because one of my thoughts has been that where I feel that the current administration has not done well is not creating opportunities, money-making opportunities. It's great. I love the houses and I love the health departments and this and that, but these are not income-generating situations. That's what I want to see now. That's what I want to see now. See? Now, Stelina Blue says there are divers in Tukari at least 3 times a week, hosted by Nature Island Dive. So that she was responding to you saying that the dive site is not there.
And I'm very happy to hear that, because that's always been something I've been talking about.
Yeah. So
I just hope when they come there, they spend money.
They're spending at least a good $200 at keeping it real.
Okay, good.
Yes.
Good.
Honorable Osri could have done more to improve human resources, Petra thinks, like the individual people with maybe more scholarships. Although he has facilitated education training for many people, maybe he could have done more, but he has. And I want to distill a myth that that his kids all got scholarships, and some of them are actually still paying student loans back. Okay, so y'all people, I know people like to just make lots of generalizations, but this is the child in me saying my family still paying their student loan. Okay, so if 3-year-old going to Congo is saying it's not all that glitters that it's gold. It's not all that you see that's really what's happening there. Okay, all right. And don't come for me because the Bible says don't come for widows and orphans. I am
What is a vibula upa feb?
Okay. Robertine said that the park is kept. The park has made a lot of improvement.
That is absolutely untrue. Clean it once and leaving it so, and then pick up a grass again. So Robertine can't tell me about the park is kept. When they clean it once and leave it so, and then they have to go. No. Mm-hmm. I know what is built there. When I went down there, I went down there, I see the little thing that was built, and I know the condition under which it was built. I know how it was built. So,
well, Steve, Mr. Joseph says, good night all. What has been or is the vision plan being led and implemented by the members of parliament, given the opportunity to serve us over 27 years? Yeah, I think it's just, I know we've been through a lot. I know we've been traumatized. Lots of money has had to go to, like, it's almost as if every so often Dominica's got to start from scratch. I get that. But I would love to see more income generating opportunities. I don't know who the thinkers will figure it out, but the people need money in their pockets. There are some of us who know enough about Kana and a number of projects in the cottage constituency to know that in terms of the role of the MP, there's much to be desired. Okay, so many people are saying, well, he's definitely saying that he agrees with you. There's more that could be done. Natty tell you, go back home and build the country, man.
Let us go. Yeah, I call it for 2 hours to build it.
Lady Roxy said, some form of support system for organizing and delegating, because that's right, the leader cannot do everything alone. So that is something that would definitely help, especially because, like I say, I mean, I've watched personally Reggie, everybody, like I say, people like to, the quickest thing that is associated with Reggie is Reggie Mépouizan. But you see, as Mépouizan as you are, I talk about polarity. What many people don't see is Reggie getting up at 5 o'clock every morning to hit that road, to go up to Rosa, to go get his job done. What people don't see is all the people who come up those steps asking for help one-on-one. My child is sick. We need to get them to Guadeloupe. They need money. We need this. We need that. That he takes out of his own pocket to give to people. And he's done this for all of these 27 years.
But Doc, there's a but here.
Wait. There's no but no. It's a fact.
No, I'm not disputing that. No, I'm not disputing that. I'm not disputing that happening. Okay. My but is
what?
There will the Bible says the poor will always be among us. So there will always be poor people. Mm-hmm. But over the years, that number should have been dwindling because people should have been so empowered that they would be able to do those things on their own.
I agree.
If the numbers continue and it continues to increase, it is an indictment on the power because it means people are becoming increasingly reliant on you. You need to step up and say, what is this person's economic situation? Okay, that lady cannot work anymore, but she has a child. We need to find out if that child is graduated from college or whatever. We need a job, or we need to create an opportunity so they can make money. So that is one person that will not come up my steps anymore.
I'm with you there. But I also need you to acknowledge that our people have a way. I would say a little bit of a poked way. A little bit of a poked way where some of them, I don't have, no, they never have. You understand? I'm talking about those kind there, where is my pal rep, where some people will not shift from that, and he still has to say yes to them.
No. I want to disagree with you a little bit
I know
here.
you want to, but like you just said, the poor will always be among us. There are
Yes, there will always be some people, and we will know them. We will know them.
But
We
we
will
cannot
know them.
legislate. I'm completely on board with you that yes, one way you deal with that is to you create an opportunity so that this person no longer has to do that. But there's always going to be that set that's going to be paying on you. They did it to Alan Carbon. Trust me, poor Alan. They say Alan had how many poor passports in his possession with Kurdish people, everything. My pal rep, my pal rep, my pal rep. You understand? Fill out visa for me, fill out this for me, fill out that for me, do this, da 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 da.
Let me throw a little thing in the works here.
Yeah.
You see that red clinic you're hearing about?
Uh-huh.
If the numbers going to the red clinic does not go down and continues to increase, the government has to take some responsibility.
Yeah,
and if those people
clinic idea,
if those people are the same people coming over and over, let us say you see new faces. Okay, well, new people fall on hard times and so on, but you've seen these people, and when you do your investigation, some of these people really not working, they don't have a job, but they have 2 graduates in their house. They can't start a little business because the bank want them to raise their mother in the grave as collateral. This condition is not conducive for them to do something for themselves. The government has to take responsibility. So to the power reps, I am not saying people will not need help. There will always be those who need help. But if the numbers remain as the same, or it does not go down, or it increases, it's an indictment on you, because at the end of the day, ultimately, we have to make people economically independent.
We have to create new strategies to alleviate these problems, to eradicate these problems. I am with you on that. So Kimani says, if he were a betting man, or she were a betting woman, Kimani, let's just say Kimani is saying, if they were a betting person, they'd say that this is a scary sanction.
I laughed at that comment earlier on.
Get Reggie out. Is it?
What?
Is it a scary sanctioned hatchet job to get Reggie out?
Maybe he didn't hear, or it was she, I don't know. I can't tell you last time I spoke to Scary. So how are you going to send me to he would send to the hatchet job. Me, he would send to the hatchet job.
Yeah.
There are enough people to do hatchet job. I'm not doing any hatchet job on Reggie. I have no hatred in my heart, no malice towards. I'm not doing any hatchet job on Reggie.
No. Esther says, being involved for personal gains, when we no longer benefit, we can then see the faults. It's human nature. We're blinded by or affection. I like this person, so I don't see their flaws. I don't want to see it. And even when I see it, it's easier for me to push it aside, which is why you got, I suppose, tagged with that, what you call it? I guess a label that you were doing that kind of work for them then. But when we fall out of love, it's like, what have you done for me lately? Janet Jackson. It's like, hey.
Let me say this, There's so much I can say, but that I wouldn't go there. So much I can say. People think, you see, a lot of people don't know, and I forgive people. That's why I say I'm not attacking anybody who say, because you see, people will speak out of ignorance. Ignorance meaning they don't know, lack of knowledge, lack of information. Let me tell you something. Let me just make this broad statement here. I am one of the persons who gave myself and put my life at risk for this current Prime Minister and the Labour Party, and I have nothing to show for it. Nothing. And there are a number of situations I can point to along my tenure, and nobody heard me crying or bad rapping the party or the Prime Minister in the process. I stayed focused, even when other people were coming into the party and benefiting, getting all kind of things. I'm not a materialistic person. I had needs to. I made requests to, but I stuck it out. I figured, you know what, Gasson, I am working. Let me tell you something, my friend. People would be calling my phone. Hello, who's this? Mary Jane. How did you get my number? The Prime Minister said to call you and to drop the invoice for you because he will get it. Martin, the invoice too. I had needs too.
I put people's own ahead. So when people talking about me, something I don't get, that's why I'm talking absolute nonsense.
So what you just suggest is a system that I don't like that. That is too. That's not that's I don't like that. Like why are people sending invoice? What kind of invoice?
Let me tell you, I'm telling you, I'm being straight. I told you when I come on the program, I'm going to speak truth. People would call me, the Prime Minister tell them to drop it for me so he could get it. That is people needing housing assistance, who needed down to a lady needing glasses she couldn't afford and send the invoice and all those kind of things. No.
So this is a relationship between the people and the government that is just it's
no, I people and I presented projects that I wanted to undertake. I believe which would, you know, when I leave the public service, I could fall back on. Promises were made. I never cry. I never go in the public and say, you see, I figured, you know what, man? Listen, man. For me, my goal is bigger than that, man. You know, it is what it is. It is what. So I just want to say that to let some people know that when they're talking about something I don't get, if it's something I didn't get, my friend, I would have spoken about that long time. You understand me? Mm-hmm. I resigned from the public service years ago. You understand me? Years ago. And I've never cried on what they did or what they didn't do for me. I saw something about somebody talking about all my children went to China. Comedy. One daughter of mine went to China. She in Dominica today. And the government still have not employed her. Have not employed her qualified. Okay? I can set that straight here. There was an opportunity in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She was called. Somebody else got it. I said, Kathy, do not worry. God is our source. I never attack the government. I never make noise. I never say, no. It is what it is. Some are fortunate, some are not fortunate. It is what it is. You understand me? We will make it. So my vision is not tunnel. It is bigger than that. I don't have time to feel upset because I don't get this and I don't get that. That's not simple fashion, but they get parley. I don't have time for that. You understand me? I do not have time for that.
Do you have time for team unity?
I don't got time for any team. I have time for independent. Team unity. Who is team unity?
So team unity is the newest. So team unity is actually going to be launched tomorrow at, is it 3:00 or 4:00?
Oh yeah, I didn't know that.
In Calabishi, and that's the newest party. Well, the newest organization or the newest political movement in Dominica, coordinated by Alex Powell Bruno. I know that there's Carlos Charles, and there's a young man, Kenty. There's a young man. Yeah. So there's another option, people. We're talking about.
I'm not getting involved in PS team, and if you ask me my most candid advice, I will tell Dominicans, take a look before jumping, because we have seen teams that have come along and they failed us.
So you want to see more. You want to feel more
independent thinkers. We need more people to stand up and say, I am not affiliating myself to the ideology of Team Unity, UWP, Labour, what is the other one? APP. Mm-hmm. I am affiliated to the struggles of the people in the constituency. Mm-hmm. And that is where I'm at. This team thing, I'm not against team, I'm not against parties. Because like I said, if we have 11 or 12 independent thinkers who make it to parliament, they might become a team tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But we will constantly remind them that we didn't send you there as a team when they start to blunder.
We sent you there.
I think we send you there to represent us independently, so you can pull from that team. If that team, you can say, No. I disagree. And you can disagree without anybody saying they're going to fire you or they're not giving you this.
Well, Patricia says that Dominicans like free stuff, so the free stuff can blind. We love gifts. I've decided gifts is our love language.
Gift. So when you give a gift, you're looking for something in return.
That's the way our people love gifts. Gifts and the Bible.
Gift.
Gifts and the Lord.
That's not a gift. If you're giving me a gift and you're looking for something, it's not a gift. That's a subtle contract you're trying to get me into there.
David says, "Hey Dave, minds, hearts, and ideology need a change. Your opinion and perspective is welcome." And that's what we have to inject again, because like I said, the 20-something years, even if they were not trying to do it, I mean, I can't say that it was on purpose, but just by nature of being there in those systems, controlling those systems for this long, you're going to have that kind of perspective where you say, it's me. You know what I mean? Like, this is how it's done. And this is not a great setup for us as we move forward. It's just not. We have to investigate this. Esther says, this is a big bobo that has not healed. Okay? So,
Which bobo Esther talking about? I want Esther to say, what is the bobo?
You said when we talked about the first wound, the wound in the relationship, where like what hurt that you started saying, okay, I don't feel good. I don't want to keep doing this.
Let me tell you, there is no wound. There was a point in time where I was, you asked me, I told you, disappointed. I became very disappointed in some of the things I was seeing. But there is no bobo. First of all, this man here have released everybody. I hold no hatred, no malice, no animosity. You know why? Primarily because that is not going to help me grow as a person. It's going to stunt my growth. It's going to poison my system and make me miserable. No man is that powerful. I release everybody. You see me? I'm coming out of a heart of love. So I don't hate anybody. I hold no bitterness. What I do is I stand principled, speaking truth, no matter who gets offended. So when people will make those insinuations and say those things without thinking and listening to me, that's fine. That's fine. But which bobo? Me? At this time, bobo, monteke bien sort. Monteke bien sort for me to make people have bobo, for me to hold grudge and bitterness and hatred. It is not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Well, Jacqueline says that, all things considered, something is definitely wrong. And that's all she's going to say. And I agree with that because by nature of the setup, 20-something years, even though it's the people who keep saying yes and yes and yes, we have human beings who have all of this access to power, and human beings that I don't think are necessarily putting in the time to maintain their moral vessel, their moral objectivity. And we cannot, it's too much for the human being. We just don't do well with that. So I think now the onus is on the people to decide. I think the onus is also on the politicians to decide, well, if I have this piece of information, go do your own research to understand what moral risk. There is moral injury. There is a thing called moral injury, which is I do things that are not moral. They are immoral things. And I hurt myself if I steal. I hurt myself if I cheat. I hurt myself if I don't do the right thing and I know I'm not doing the right thing. That's moral injury. And over 20-something years of being in a position in that way, where the people are so dependent, you put yourself at risk. So you put your moral future at risk. Okay, so that's the politicians' worry. That's their burden that they have to address if they're wise. Because this time, like I said, one of the laws of the universe is tout bagay ka pase, temps ka fait temps, fait temps ka toujours quitter temps. So
Papa used to like to say that. Papa used to like to say that.
Papa, no?
No, Papa, my grandfather.
Oh.
Von.
Yes, Mr. Vaughan. Yeah, man. So what are you doing to take care of your heart? You know, that part of yourself, the spiritual part of the self must be addressed. And I think what many people are saying is it's not being addressed in this unusual situation. That again, we are the ones saying yes, we want it because we are the ones, and the opposition is also helping us to keep it that way because they're not listening to us, they're not changing. Money will see. I have to say it too because just hard-headed.
I hear you.
Nettie says, look, Nettie ready to go campaigning, eh?
No,
Hi, Celia. Celia is listening. Charles says, maybe the Labour Party as we knew it, you know, it feels like it's, again, you cannot put, it's not healthy. It doesn't set up the best scenario when you have 20-something years of a person. Imagine, man, just think of it like a principal, if not a principal of a school. You got the principal there from Lane Canel. That principal started to think is there. School, what you doing in my yard? You understand? It's not government school anymore. It's there. You know, it's just human nature. So we have to, if we're going to keep it that way, we have to have processes to help us stay sharp and do better.
Yep.
Yeah. Psychology has its best. She's using strategy. She was saying that when I said, "Gaso, why are you talking about my family?" But there is a part of me. There is a part of me that is like,
you can't get away from that.
No. Why are we even talking about this? Why am I even having to talk about this? And I don't have to talk about it, but I don't want to be a hypocrite either. You understand? We are human beings and we are adults. And this is what I'm talking about. I want every Dominican to remember you have a voice. It is your voice. Upaka pay a tax, asijelu. And your thoughts and your feelings you do is your business. You're right. And it's the person who would look at a thought you express or an action you take. If that action is not immoral, unethical, illegal, why are you vexed with me? You are out of order. So wherever you pick that idea up, you are putting yourself now at moral risk. We have to do better and different. And again, I think we just have to remember this because we are the people of NATIWELL, Mogadizo. We are the people who, I don't care, you know, you might be, you giving them mepwe today, but they fall long sick on you tomorrow. You first person in the yard. So we got to get over this nonsense. It is nonsense. I'm going to say everybody looking to put money in their pocket. You know? The system is not fair. You're right. So you know what you're saying. So principally speaking, when you look at it as a principle, if the system is broken and it's not safe, if the system has begun to feel unsafe for so many people, that's actually an opportunity to get creative. And it is the independent route, not just politically, but as a human being. That's where the escape is. The control is in remembering you as the individual. You have power. You can start your business. You can start an online business. They don't want to give you a job. They're giving you a backlash because you talk bad about somebody that, no, you're not getting a job or whatever. Create your own. Google. There's so many ideas at the tip of your fingers. No excuses. No excuses. No excuses. If a gel fan oblige manger. So start. Yeah, man. Reasonable minds, wise minds can differ in opinion. If you are one of those people who, when you hear somebody from UWP speak, your belly starting to hurt you, you are feeling a bouleversement, you are out of order. If you're UWP and a labor rights speak and you're like, you out of order. Last elections, I heard people call people names. Oh, they're stupid, wicked, they're wicked. That is nonsense. They just have a different thought. That's all a different perspective. You seeing it there, they seeing it there. You right? How come you right when that also exists?
Hmm.
You know that meme where the guy is like,
Yep.
don't let
Yep.
people play in your head.
Mm-hmm.
It's your neighbor. No.
Mm-hmm.
How can they be the best? So you mean your guest is not making sense? He's saying it's not good. Okay, Charles. How can who be the best? I
We
couldn't.
dealt with that earlier on when you said that they are the best, and I said for now they were, and I said they've lost their way. We dealt with that.
You know, Hermina is saying cottage people are almost as related, just as Vic has. So the thing is, we just have to work. We have to work harder then to respect each other's thoughts and feelings and opinions and actions, and we have to work harder to talk through difficult things. Because if not, that means as soon as I step outside of my door, I'm meeting somebody who they disapprove of something I do or I said, and it's just drama. We got to see each other. We got to rub up against each other in the market, you know? Before I drive on the street, I see you. What am I going to do? I'm going to live like a hermit? Like, that's nonsense. And that is not who we are. That is not us.
Word up, man.
And if we are choosing to do that right now, we can unchoose it. It's not
Mm-hmm.
necessary because the people we think we're doing it for, you're not on their mind like that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not spending the day thinking about you like that. Okay?
I hear you, man.
And most of these that complain have been out of Dominica for years. You know, I think maybe the complaining is because now you have a different perspective and you're not in the pot, you're not in the boiling pot. So you have a different perspective. You can see it clearer. So maybe that's why the complaining is stronger. Yeah, this generation needs the adult part. We cannot just act out of our feelings. That's one of my biggest observations. I was going to say disappointments, but no. It's an observation that we've become too emotional, too tapped in. We think our emotions are now facts. And we base so many serious, important choices on our emotions. Uh-uh. Sapabo. Go for the thinking, Moshe. Mamo had said, come home and build country. That's another topic, right? Moving, we were talking about, well, what are some of the contributing factors to this way we've been governing where you can hardly talk? And, is it the brain drain? Is it,
Mm-hmm.
we'll talk about that another time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. While I do not feel qualified to dissect, that was Pastor Paul.
Mm-hmm.
He's extremely proud of these two products of cottage, Dr. Margaret Wallace and Moving Paul. This is a very intelligent and transparent discussion. And for me, transparency, no matter where you end up, you are transparent. So you don't have much cleaning up to do. Okay? We must agree to disagree. Does not require bitterness and hatred. This is a poorer level. Absolutely. That's when you're
Right.
working from the child, you're from your
That's
emotions.
right.
Yeah,
That's
man, we
right.
wiser than that. We're not doing that again, this election. Watch yourself. If you see people coming after you like that in election, just ease up, Konsa, Osa. When
That's
you
right.
buy, Konsa, just keep
That's right.
scrolling. Yeah, man. Don't get
Mm-hmm.
into that nonsense. It's nonsense. Yeah, Patricia says it feels like there's no chance for the little man. Moral deficiency is big. It is big. Moral deficiency. They prey on the vulnerable. And they have it's like a predator out in the jungle. I have all of this access, no checks, no balances. Nobody's reminding me, yo, what are you doing? No. And I am not doing the moral efficiency training. Okay? So we
I
just
wonder if this Claude Sanofi looks like my partner from the territory.
might be, this is what keeps them at that emotional stage. The moral development freezes because it's like, how can you give a child, if a person is acting still at that level, and you give them such access, recipe for disaster. So the strategy has worked at the peril of the nation. So the nation must ask themselves a question. and say, do we want to persist in this way? Or do we want to make an adjustment somehow? Yeah, man. There is no malice or hatred, but the DLP has lost its focus on the barefoot man. Remember, for the past 2 elections, Dominicans were not voting for the PAL rep. We were mostly voting for the PM. Don't forget that. So some people did not like the PAL reps, but they voted for the PM. And that somebody says that's the entire country is in that kind of mindset. So it's America, Canada, and all the other countries, but as foreigners who make it in them people countries anyway. That's right. When we, it's hard for us when we are down there. It's the environment. There are other factors. That when you're home, it feels like it's so hard. As soon as you get out, you're in a different environment with different variables, and people flourish. What is the opinion? This one is for you. Guest, you take that one. What's your opinion on the status of the DLP? There's not been a delegates conference since 2013.
Well, I can't speak on their status. I know that they've not had a delegates conference since Lanny Canel. I can't speak on their status because I'm not in the minds of the people of Dominica would have to determine that, But if you ask me my honest opinion on them in government now, I think I said it earlier on. I think the party, to a large extent, not in every way. I cannot sit here and say they have not done anything in 22 years. That's not true. But I think by and large they've lost their way. Period.
Hi, Marks. Sakafe Dudu. Do you think the elections have been bought?
But that's a broad question, and I'm not going to jump in that and just that's a broad question. If somebody wants to ask a question about specifics, ask a specific question. If your elections have been bought, what do you call buying an election? Every political party goes into an election and they use all kind of gimmickry and all kind of tactics. Every political party, you understand? So when the Labour Party brings Morgan Heritage down, UWP brings Etana. So when you're talking about bought, when the opposition raises money, what they raise it to do? To pay bus to bring people to campaign and to help somebody get something so they can vote. So what are you talking about? Get specific. I'm afraid I'll answer questions based on what I know.
So what you're saying is a barbecue or a plane ticket. It's just
YouTube cafe. So
Naren says, to encourage people to step forward, this would call for a change in the mindset of the electorate. And so, I think those who know have to, when you know better, you have to do better. So that's why part of why I'm talking, because I think all people are wise. I do. I think we're very grounded and raw, but we are wise, So I think for me, it's a remembering process, reminding people, hey, hey, remember who you are, so that even if, again, like I say, you choose the current status quo, you're doing it with your eyes wide open, as opposed to in this lulled state of drunken psychosis. You know what I mean? Like in those when we used to go to RBD theater on the Sundays, right? And you'd have the kung fu master, the
drunken technique, man.
You have to do it like drunken technique.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We wide awake, and we know what we're doing. Oh, look, they say the Grand Bay people crying, no, they're not seeing their power rep. I don't like that. I felt very sad when I watched that. I don't think that's cool. There's something happening for me morally that it's off center. It's spiritually, it's off to essentially bring a prepackaged candidate and tell them, yeah, you will vote for this person. I just it's a way. Look, so Margelle says it. She's like, I feel like the people are being dictated to. They're not being allowed to think for themselves. And when they're thinking, they might be being browbeaten or out-argued. It's like having an adult talking to a 2-year-old for many of our, for that interaction, Corruption. Claude says, I hear you as it regards to the opposition, but you cannot draw that conclusion without context. Corruption, campaign finance, etc. Access to the media.
Must be my partner. That must be my partner.
What are your thoughts on that, movie? What are your thoughts?
I mean, he's right. He's right. The issue here is that cannot be just applied to one party. Because while, say, the opposition is not in government, and they probably cannot make changes to the campaign finance laws, and the government would have more access to the media, the government media like GIS and DBS. The opposition themselves cannot say that they're clean-handed, because we're hearing allegations of opposition and opposition members being involved in allegedly trying to solicit monies with promises of whatever when they win elections. So whether it's or not, the whole thing is your name gets embroiled in the same thing you're accusing other people. So yes, I agree with him, but that has to be looked at in the whole spectrum. Everybody, all the contemporary day politicians must be asked to answer the same questions. Because if you're accusing a government party of it, and your name is being called in the same thing, then what am I to think as a voter out there? So if I put them as the same thing, they're in opposition, look their name calling that they were involved in that. So at the end of the day, that is where I see, as far as I'm concerned, Gaston, we need a departure from the norm. We need a clean
term limits. What do you think about term limits?
Let me tell you. Again, it is for the people to determine. The people can determine that. You legislate it, and so therefore somebody might come. The law says 2 terms and out, and that's it. People can decide. We're voting you for 2 terms. People can decide that. But I don't have a problem with that. To be straight up, I don't have a problem with that. 2 terms.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with that at all.
Charles Pascal says, Dr. Wallace and Mr. Paul, please tell us something about tainted elections in Dominica. For me, where I'm feeling icky is like pre-packaged candidates, where essentially you're being told you vote for this person. That's your candidate. And it's not an organic lifting up of somebody pokes their head up and says, I want to run. I'm saying yes, and somebody who, for him, is he from the village?
There are areas of concern. One of the things I think our people have to take responsibilities for, they have not taken the time to educate themselves on the current laws and legislation governing elections. People just take things and they run and they just repeat stuff. You understand? And people get emotional, and anger clouds their ability to think clearly. People need to educate themselves, because a lot of things they say that is wrong is actually in the law. Now, if you want to change the law, change the law. First. But a lot of things they say they're accusing the party of doing wrong is in the law. And they take advantage of it. Now, I am not saying that there may not have been other things which are being done outside of the legals. There may well have been. The question is, people need to read. People need to, and if you do not understand, ask a question, let somebody explain to you. You understand? So this thing people just saying and just throwing things and just saying things, like I see somebody say, I was involved in importing votes in Dominica when I went to St. Thomas. That's more to St. Thomas. Yonani. Mate memni ta election. Nobody in St. Thomas gonna spoke to them about going Dominica and vote. I wasn't involved in that there. But you see, that's the point. We need to get information, be informed. So when we make a decision or we say something, we come in from a position of strength. You see, so there's a lot of talk about tainted elections in Dominica, especially since the last ruling of the CCJ. The CCJ made certain comments. The CCJ made certain comments about certain things that occurred and what they recommend. Okay, the CCJ, I don't know where, and I stand corrected on that. I don't know where the CCJ said that laws were broken. The CCJ may have advised
that certain things, laws need to change or certain things need to be done differently. I haven't seen where the CCJ say laws were broken, because if the CCJ says laws were broken, it means people have to start being arrested, or there needs to be investigation into who broke the law. You understand? So I don't want to go and make any statements on that. Mess up, I'm not a lawyer. I don't have no law degree. I'm just a person who likes to read and try and ask questions, So that is the point I'm making. Read. You do not understand, ask a question.
Okay, now this one, what happened with the St. Joseph constituency? What was forced on the people? How did you come to that conclusion? So all I know is that there was some sort of WhatsApp stuff and things, like some people were not happy and this and that. What do you know about that, Mr. Paul?
This one I don't know much about. I've never met the parrot.
Yeah.
I never met the parrot. I cannot say anything about that.
Yeah. Well, I don't know much about it, but I do remember that there was some very connected party member who was probably upset. Y'all tell me if I'm right, yeah? That's what I remember. Upset, and maybe would have wanted a different, I don't know, something. Either a different person or they didn't get something and they was vexed.
Oh, you mean there was that thing with Voice, where Voice was talking?
I don't know who was the person now.
That's everything Mr. said. I take another grain of salt. I not aligning myself with those things. I mean, when certain people speak, like I say, I've cleared myself of some people speak. I just listen. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I cannot speak to that, so I'm not even going to try and address that, because I don't want to be involved in accusing anybody of anything that I do not know about.
That one back. All I know is the man was vexed, and the man was. There was a voice note and this and that, and the man, yes, it was a la la. Anyway, Mervyn is right. They tell you keep it quiet. I cannot agree with that idea to not talk or to not give a conversation air, because that's how we stifle dissent. This is not good for any democracy. It's not good. And it's almost like, when you big and strong already, you don't need more support, You're big and strong. The opposition is pretty weak, So I don't know that you need that much assistance and help, with the let's not talk and let's Pato say let's have that reunion, okay? Loyalty is locked in. Doc, the opposition, UWP has always provided proper plans and programs. Yeah, we touched that one, Margel.
Yeah, we definitely.
Marvin saying you don't know about that. Is that what you're trying to say, Marvin?
About what?
You don't know about them proper plans and proper programs?
Man, I know. All I said is that's how everybody putting plans on thing on paper. Everybody can put thing on plans on paper and thing. You can put what you want on paper, You have to when you get an opportunity to address people and to speak to the minds of people, you have to convince people with that you're ready, you know what you're about. You can write anything on paper. Manifesto is one thing. Manifesto is just that, something to give some people and say, wow, that night, yeah, they're going to do it.
I waited for the manifestation, I said the other day, yeah. Okay. Oh man, Elizabeth says, what happened to my Dominica? You used to be able to disagree. Politics was just a thing. It used to be just a thing. And it's the same way over here. Like, people have become very territorial about the politics. Like, who cares that your thought is different than mine? Have your thought. I don't think you're a lunatic because you have a different thought. There's an intense loyalty that is very excluding of others, and that I think we miss the impact of the whole, because what about all of those people? I mean, we're talking about people even within the party who are not feeling like they're getting taken care of, much less for the opposition supporters. Are they completely now frozen out of the system? How can the country benefit if they are completely frozen out of the system? Who is that for? It's not for the good of the whole.
I hear you.
Passing on this earth, I don't see a reason for it. I don't see a reason for it. It is inefficient. Lunatics say one of us not being fair. The people have been told, do not listen to the opposition, okay? And
I remember I addressed that earlier on.
You have to obey.
Hey, lunatic, make me laugh.
Constituents are not aware. They're not aware. A lot of our people are not aware because they're not that plugged in to the fact that they have so much power. Whomever it is who wants these new candidates needs to be spending time one-on-one with your people, educating your constituents. Hey, the canvassing, the game needs to be upped. Are people canvassing? So after the elections, is the opposition canvassing? I don't know. These people are not educated during the campaign season or during a constituency meeting. They only hear Mepwi. And it sounds sexy and emotionally, titillating, but it's nonsense. The masses, Lunatic says they want a different party, but they still want to keep the handout. That brain, I'm telling you, when you see you get a brain addicted onto something, it is. And UWP does not support the handout, and it seems the only way to get to the masses. So it's between a rock and a hard place, or chicken and the egg. Well, they need to find a way. Like I say, or people like gifts and the Lord. So figure something out. Figure something out. That's about my point. This Pebush constituency have been loyal to the DLP, yeah. So they don't like the representation in Pebush either. I'm just again, for me, my position is I don't care what the people do with the information. I don't care what they do, but we need to be able to speak up freely without feeling afraid that somebody's going to, come down on you or whatever, or clamp you down, exclude you. That's not. Look, Mervyn, it took you, a wise man, an educated man, 22 years to gain the courage to speak. Huh?
That's my part, man.
And it also took some moral work, moral development work. You said you started on a new trajectory where your principles, your faith principles, became higher than other things. So that pulled up your vibration and allowed you to come up and out. So you have to understand that the people act that way because they feel powerless. Their power is being interfered with. That's his position. That's his position. That's why they agree to the nonsense that's going on. Maybe ask what are the people afraid of? Are our people assertive enough? The people need to be empowered. Absolutely. Our people are not assertive enough. I don't believe so. In large measure, we are very obedient people. They give us top vole call. A teacher, a pastor, a nurse, the doctor. Okay, whatever you say. All right. So we have to work on that, I think. Nobody on this panel or maybe viewing has been more about than I have. Whilst most will YFM, I was labor and it's well known, but I could not continue with the brainwashing. Let me tell you what breaks the camel's back. A politician told me in my face, nonsense, you're talking about making people independent. You crazy? This was when I gave up on the party. I fought for tooth and nail. So sad. Very sad, but a wise choice. You saved yourself. You kept your moral position, 2 decades of conditioning breaks the spirit. Yeah, Claude. The few who abandoned are targeted and brought to their knees. It is easier for those who are away to see the other side. Absolutely. Because it's less, that energetic hold is lessened. Hi, Albert. How are you? It would be interesting to hear Mervyn's take on the over. Ooh! Thank you, my brother. Oh, my God. Momo Mokakio tell.
That's my part, man. Well,
he'd love to hear the interesting take on the over-reliance on China as a development partner. What's your take on that, Mervyn?
I mean, there are for me, the operative part of what he said there is over-reliance. We have found ourselves in the world today where the traditional countries that were providing assistance have sort of cut that out. And Dominica don't have the kind of largesse and resources that it can fall back on its own. Really, no Caribbean country. I believe we've not seen enough creativity in the manufacturing, and in the sector that would generate economic development to the point where one can say we don't have to. But one must also understand the very largest countries in the world, the richest economy in the United States, have investors coming in from China and so on. So it is not unusual for small countries with really, small economies and shrinking economies like ours to find themselves, going to countries like China, especially when you have, like I said, traditional countries really not forthcoming as they used to. I understand his concern, because when we look at what is happening in some of the African countries, it's scary.
Entire
one has to be careful. You understand that you don't go with your bowl begging so much and so far that when you look back, you can't turn back, and you know almost indirectly have sold their sovereignty. So one has to be careful, and I understand his concern. It's something that has to be checked. It has to be checked, and I believe if we have a government that is more industrious as it relates to developing the agricultural sector, the manufacturing sector, then I believe going forward we will have less reason to become so reliant on any one country. Although we will still need help, we will still need assistance, but you'll have less reason to become so reliant. So I do understand his concern.
Any thoughts on the CBI?
Yeah, I believe, again, Dominica is not the only country that have gone that way. The United States have it, the United Kingdom have it, the big countries have it, you can pay how much money to invest in the US and you get on whatever visa they call it and all of that. So that part of it is not anything wrong. Miss Charles started it, Edison James continued it, Labour Party took it and re-engineered it or whatever. As it relates to concerns about the monies, the transparency and the monies being used for the purposes for which it is intended, everybody have the right to be concerned about that. If somebody feels that it's not being done, there's not enough transparency and there are issues, of course, by all means, let people say that. I believe people have enough reason to raise concerns about it. If, for example, you find that there are people who either become economics agents or diplomats and they found themselves, in legal issues, whether in Dominica or outside, of course, you have a right to raise concerns and say, listen, we need to review this thing. It shouldn't be a situation where people have become so crazy and emotional about it that you just start chopping and just, and you end up, yes, of course, I believe there are concerns. I believe there are legitimate concerns. I believe it is something that requires a thorough review with a view of making it a program that people can be comfortable that it's not bringing the country's image into disrepute.
Lunatic says, then they tried to assassinate my character, but I'm a dashing leaf and always, you don't care. Anyway, let me rest.
Lunatic.
That is, for some of us who, again, we love to be loved. And one of our biggest needs as human beings is to belong. So it really is very painful for many people when you get told, I'm icing you out, or you're not who I thought you were. You're the devil. You're wicked. As opposed to what I suggest, which is let us sit and let us talk some more. Let us sit and talk some more, because we are the same people who we were bon gens, we were bon gens. And relationships come to this point, but you can mend it. Let's listen, though. We have to be willing to listen. Tainted elections, according to Charles Pascal. Somebody says Dominicans are two-faced. They cannot speak. They have West Payme, is what it is. And when you got your confidence, you've been kicked in the hoo-ha. But I've seen a Like, people have to be careful with that kind of thing that they do to people where they take advantage, because the human spirit, man, it takes a lot to kill a human spirit. Okay, it takes a whole lot, and I think we remember. We remember because your divinity makes you remember. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ian. Charles says change won't come if we continue fighting against the opposition while pretending we are not satisfied with the incumbent. For me, my truth is that I don't even think that the opposition needs to be fought against. I don't think they are strong enough as a match. I don't think so. Not yet. I think there needs to be some shifting because I don't know that enough Dominicans are going to change my thinking on that. But I mean, I'm not down at home, so I don't know. What are your thoughts on that?
But I mean, again, when we say fighting the opposition, are we talking about fighting an opposition party or opposition forces? See,
Yeah.
if there is an opposition party and there are opposition forces, and that is where I've always said that with all what is going on, the electorate in Dominica is small, a small amount of people voting, and if you feel that the incumbent needs to go, there needs to be change. The fragmentation that's taking place there, every 3 months you're in a new party form. You think that's going to help anything as it relates to bringing change? You understand? So they're talking about fight the opposition. The opposition fighting among themselves. They're destroying themselves. People not seeing the need to unify the energies
into a higher goal.
Yeah, because everybody wants their share. Everybody wants to dish you a piece of it for themselves. So that is why we have all this little fragment, a little party coming up. So well. Okay, so form how many parties, opposing parties have now? 4 in Little Dominica. All of them going to register next election, and all of them going to get a little bit of votes. How many? You think each of them get a little bit from each other, and some from Labour Party. But Labour Party still gets 7 more than all of them. Well, who win the election? So, when people talk about we fighting or say we fighting the opposition, I don't know what people mean by that. When people must understand there's strength in numbers and you have unity. So, if people feel that the best way to go about it is to fragment themselves in like little amoebas and form their little things here and there. That's on them.
Well, at least that's air and movement. There's some movement, even if it's not yet coagulated. At least there's some injection of some energy, is what I think. Versus we're just going to continue with the nothing, but we know nothing going to change. Oh my God! Oats. Like a custard now. Yeah, thank you for listening. What's up, my brother? Look, I telling you, Nettie, ready to campaign for you, my brother. Nettie.
Well, let me tell you, Nettie, me and Nettie have a history where Nettie saved my life,
For real?
I'm telling you, man, my almost died had it not been Nettie, man. I'm telling you.
Wow.
She knows that. I mean, literally.
Wow.
Yeah, man. I know she remembers that, man. Boy, I was young going PSS. Nettie saved my life.
Wow. Evelina, yeah, I think all politicians have to remember that they are human beings. They are human beings. And however, we've created this thing where essentially they are the only game in town. And that is not good for the human. So except if they make a really concerted effort as an individual to keep that soul connected, sharp, and then they put themselves at risk of moral injury. All right, we had so many more. What you call it? Let's take this one from Steve. Moving, bro. If you have a wrong diagnosis, then the treatment will fail. is there effort to use the frame of our democracy to craft a more autocratic system? Yes, we need fresh minds and ideas, but the time frame for that route of change is longer than building an alliance and grassroots movement that yields change. Is there effort? Do we want to craft a more autocratic system or a more democratic system?
I understand what he's saying, though.
Or is it parties trying to use our current
exactly, and it's
as these candidates essentially?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that is why I said earlier on that I believe we don't have to wait until like say, oh, those in power change it. Yeah. We have the power to start the change.
Yeah.
From where we are.
Yeah. 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 That's essentially what I felt with the ground-based stuff. I'm like, you just lost me there with that. I'm not on board with that. Hillary Clinton, that guy might need to watch his back. He wants to go against the cartel.
Yeah, listen, man.
We pray for your safety.
Yeah, and I'm good, man. I'm not worried about anything.
Somebody says Axel says they discourage all young people from joining any youth arm of any political party. At this point, I am done with that. Eh?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm advocating for now.
Yeah.
I firmly believe that.
Yeah. Steve says, and by the way, Corleo worked because of unique circumstances, not because of independent candidates in a general sense.
Well, again, Steve said yes because of unique circumstances, but then we have to make all situations unique then. Mm-hmm. Because it appears that when the situation becomes unique, it works. Mm-hmm. So we have to make all the situation unique. And I see no reason why Cottage constituency cannot be another unique one.
Mm-hmm. Neva has a book recommendation, How to Win Friends and Influence People. You have to be able to use your voice. You have to remember how powerful that voice is. There are ways to communicate through anything. And it's just a matter of learning the skills. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Ken says the welfare system is like a drug. Ken, it enslaves the mind. And not everyone, many people in Dominica now have been trained now for a handout as opposed to a hand up, which is who we are. We are a hand up people. I saw my mother cook. I'm telling you, make sauce, pudding, popcorn, rough cake, tablet, everything to generate her own money. What is this? Who is this for? It's annoying. It's very annoying because people who see it and know it, this is not sustainable. It is very low energy. It is not good for the country. How is it good? And when did that ever become a thing? People like little buzz. I want. What is this? Oh, man. And the thing is, if something is working, I understand it's working for me, but if it's not working for the good, Moshe, at a certain time, I must really have to come full and have to say, okay, let me redo it. It's not good for the whole. They've been conditioned to listen to one radio. I know, one radio station. If one person says a thing, they all go. This is complete hypnosis. Amend the Constitution to allow for the participation of all Dominicans. Oh, boy. Well, y'all, we could stay here for all night long talking more about this. Black Angel say, our Prime Minister is in for the next 50 years, okay? And we've been just crying sour grapes, okay? And that is possible. So, Black Angel, you have to decide if you're completely set up. And you have a right to choose that setup. You do. Look, I want to close the event with the Airbear All Truck Resurrect tonight. P. these people know that song. Let me tell you, okay?
Yeah, no.
PPP is coming down all the
I
way
know.
from Bruce. Three of our men down for the sake of one. Uh, 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 uh. It's a
Ubaga gino.
bagakino. Bagakino. Yes. Um, Elliot says after the DLP lost ground in that election, they increased their budget significantly. Uh, well, we have to. I'm begging, I'm asking, I'm pleading, I'm interceding. I'm going to keep talking about it. We have to allow Dominica the opportunity to access all of us, all the resources from all of us. And that is going to mean us acting as adults and speaking up more. Speaking up, accessing our power, activating that power, and making our own individual choices. Individual choices, that's your right. Well, regardless of what you choose, but it's honest and it's pure. It's your right, and you're activating it. Yeah. So, Catherine says, so Mervyn, are you contesting the seat as an independent candidate? This is the question we're ending on tonight. Are you contesting the seat, Mervyn, as an independent candidate or no?
I
Catherine,
am, like I said, my desire for being involved in representational politics has dissipated. It's gone away. I am not interested in becoming a pal rep or anything, but I still remain strongly convicted and convinced that I have a role to play as it relates to assisting the people to take back the power, take back the ability to think, and to be able to make decisions independent of manipulation and independent of being fed lies and broken promises all the time. That's where I'm at. I'm not interested. I know it was gonna come. People think maybe I have an interest. I would say that I had an interest. I'm no longer interested in I mean, who knows? When I retire and I come home, maybe I might still decide, well, I have nothing more to do, as it relates to my working life. So, but nah, I am not interested in that, and I'm not, and I want to make it fundamentally clear. I am not affiliating myself to any political party, not Labour, not UWP, not APP, not what's the last one? What's the one of Carlos on the
Team Unity?
Team Unity, none. I'm saying it boldly. I am not a paid member. I'm not affiliating myself to none of them. None of them. I have been hurt by political parties. I have given myself to political parties. I have seen others. I'm not involved. Not involved, and I'm not going to put in a plug for any of them. I believe right now the only plug I can put in is for people to rise up and take back the power of thought, think independently, and act independently, and then people will begin to respect you. People have lost respect for us because we've sold our political birthright.
And grown men. It has been such a painful thing to watch. Like denutted men to me, like just castrated men, like just what is going on, So the masculine energy in the whole country is stagnating because men have basically surrendered and said, yes, whatever you say. Who does that?
Yeah.
Like knock it off.
Yeah.
Well, Jacqueline says we're camping on here tonight and not under the moonlight, okay? Oh, here. Do you have, I was going to ask you this. If you had to recommend, if you had to suggest, have you seen any talent in the community?
Yes.
Yes. That you would
Makaki, no.
person.
Makaki, no. Yes. I have put in anybody under the microscope tonight. But yes, there are people, and there are willing people.
Oh.
Not just people who you say, yes, that person can do. They are willing people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Peterson said, thank you for educating some people in Dominica, but honestly, some will be very upset with you. The discussion is so true. Most people are already lost. And that is, you know what I know? I know that one of the principles of the universe is that everything passes. It must pass. Yeah. So this interesting situation we find ourselves in has come to pass. And I think we all, regardless of how much benefit we're getting from it or have gotten from it, we have to look at it and see, is there a way we can make this thing better? This process, this system, can we make it better? Because we all deserve it, don't you think?
Absolutely. You see, for me, Doc, you we on this journey. We're on this journey. And everybody at some point in time will find their voice. Somebody will find it. But you see, when someone finds their voice, when someone finds the wake up, it has occurred to them, we need to understand, we need to be able to glean what is the contribution towards that journey. I feel, and that is why, I say I'm not coming on here to attack anybody or to say anything disparaging about anybody or any political organization per se, other than just to identify where those organizations or those people have failed us and hold ourselves accountable going forward. Yeah, hold ourselves accountable going forward. That's pretty much all I'm doing. And I will continue to do.
Well, so fun is holding me accountable. So fun dimwe samot katan lala famla the skill set of the one man rogue regime more than the other organizations that she pretended not to call out. Bodie, I'm not sure that I understand the full question, but I think I remember saying that as I look at both organizations now, one has had 20 something years of experience and has acquired a certain skill set of, even if the system is quite broken, if you ask me, but I don't think the opposition has put themselves yet in a position to really.
In the land of the blind, the one-eyed man must be king. It's going to happen.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It's going to happen. Yeah. That, the point you made was clear. It wasn't like you were trying to
I'm not trying to.
Yeah, no. Exactly. You said it. It's a reality. It's a reality that confronts us in Dominica. Yeah. People mustn't run away from that.
Yeah. Oh, 1 sec. Are you there? All right. Yeah, I'm calling it as I see it. I don't think. I think I felt I'm not a supporter of the party. I never have been, and I felt sad. Like I felt gypped. As intense as the last elections were, you mean to say we could not have gotten like hit the ground running into implementing some of the things that came up from the last election? It's been how many years now? Like, what are we waiting for? So how can you come to me and tell me you're ready? Like,
so that's why I was telling Marshall a while ago, all this thing about manifesto and manifesto. Man,
it's like chess and checkers. To me, I'll say something for me. In the spring, was it the spring of this year? For me, there was a beautiful opportunity to make a shift in that party. It wasn't taken. There was a beautiful opening, I thought, to do some shuffling, to give some new energy, some new vibe, some new interesting potentials, and it didn't happen. We stayed at the same coagulated status quo. What is different? Like, how is that? I mean, if you have a person and the person you're in a relationship and the relationship is not really working out to serve, another person coming by you, but the person not necessarily more exciting or better, ukakite saunilala pour aller pour situation qui pas exciting.
Jump from the frying pan to the fire.
You understand? Like that doesn't. I'm not seeing how Dominicans are going to do that. Is what I'm saying. I don't think it's kind of like wishful thinking. It's magical thinking, and it does not work beyond. Children use magical thinking. We're like, okay, look, my imaginary friend, come in and play with me. We're adults. We have to. The people said to you how you presented yourself to us last election, and We can talk about what you call it, electoral reform, or if only electoral reform. That's another piece for me of espoir. Nobody's going to be helping you quickly establish electoral reform. So what can you do outside of that, in spite of that, without that, to generate excitement? They identified clearly certain problems, and you've not done anything to fix it or to make an adjustment. What? My point of view. Again, more pack up. Yeah, man. The lack of income generation is deliberate. It's part of the conditioning. And this is where people have to open their eyes and wake up and create for themselves. Remember who they are. Remember who you are. People must stop getting personal. If the children get impersonal, people will come for them. Yeah, man. Like I suggest that people start testing these limits. Okay? Where you felt uncomfortable talking and sharing your opinion, do it on purpose. Just, break that ice.
Sure.
Deal with the anxiety of it. Deal with the
Sure.
anxiety of it. Because
That's
pretty
right.
soon it's an imaginary film. It's an imaginary chord. So you test it.
That's why, I mean, I like the point you're making. That's why I've laughed at so many of the comments that I saw tonight, where people seem to, make some really unsavory comments about me and so on. And I laugh because um, imagine you in a desert, there's no water, and somebody comes with a little plastic cup of water, and you ask, all of a sudden you find the best response is to tell the person, so long I waiting that little bit of water you bringing for me.
As a
That's how I look at some of the comments. People
Mhm.
talking about why now,
Yeah.
and I still defending the Labour Party. Are you disagreeing with anything I'm saying about the state of the constituency and certain aspects of the country and governance in the country? If the answer is no, then what is the issue with me saying it? No. And that's just me. So we have, and again, it shows you how we conditioned,
And it's
how
so
we
sad.
conditioned. Even with creating that vehicle, people are still conditioned, and they are the ones. Some of them saying they want change, but they're still conditioned to look at somebody who's opening them off and talking, and let's take go for the person because the person is speaking too late. But why didn't you speak earlier?
Mhm.
You know, but again, I hold no, I mean, I understand people go. So for me, that has just fired me up,
Mhm.
and made me realize that I need to continue speaking. I remember I spoke to you sometime before even I had written that issue, and you said to me, but you need to talk. And I said, nah. And you said, yes, your voice is important
Really
because you're waiting on other people. You remember that conversation, and you was nowhere close to that article.
I had talked about something.
Yes, and I called you on it. I
This
called you
morning,
for us to speak.
seriously, I've been like words have been leaving my mouth, and I don't know why the word is leaving my mouth. Like and I'm just like, you know what, Lord, I know I have to speak up. When you know better, you have to do better, right?
Mhm.
And so you were like, man, the people not gonna listen. They're not
Yeah.
gonna. And I'm like, I'm not doing it for the people necessarily to listen. I'm doing it because I must speak.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot stay quiet. If I see
Mm-hmm.
something, I have to say something. And so that I think we have to go into, you have to listen to your own intuition and your own calling. My
Mm-hmm.
mission is different than yours, but
Mm-hmm.
it is always better for a family, for a relationship, if we talk. The worst state a relationship can get to, when people freeze you out. When people
Mm-hmm.
stop talking, no air can come in. We can get no solutions if we have coagulated this
Mm-hmm.
thing we're doing.
One thing we didn't touch on tonight, and it's something that I've spoken about briefly, but I will speak about again sometime, and that is the government's failure on crime in Dominica, murders and all of that.
I don't know what is happening.
Is that is a big subject on its own, but that is something I think that's just another topic on its own. I think that is the thing. Why people are there seeking to attack and come at people like me who's just saying where I feel, how I feel and how I really plan to position myself. These are the issues we must talk about. Some of the issues we must talk about. We're 7 months into the year, and we have 13 murders in a little country of 69,000 people. 13 murders, and that one we can also talk about the little girl that still have not been found, and that's another subject. But with 13 murders in a little country of 69,000 people, 7 months in the year. In any other jurisdiction, a government will lose election on that.
On that alone.
On that alone.
On that alone.
And young people, young men, but that's for a different time.
Yes, so Fawn is having very strong feelings about the fact that I have a doctorate, but I am giving a minister of government credit for making people beggars and giving handouts only because he needs their vote.
No, that's not what you said.
Fawn, I appreciate you for sharing. I don't recall saying that, but what I will say again, I will say it again. I will say that except if something changes with the opposition party, the current leadership is going to win the next election. Except it's something, or you have acts of God and you have some major crisis nobody was anticipating. And I'm saying that because I don't see what the opposition has done differently to make people vote for them. I'm not, and I will never say that I'm giving them credit for making people beggars and giving handouts. I'm actually said the opposite, but I do appreciate your thoughts on the issue. Yeah. Robertine says some people lazy. That is correct. We love polarity. It's as good as it is, as bad as it is. We're not all good. We're not all bad. It's nonsense to think to bring it like, yeah, it's all bad. It doesn't make sense. It can never make sense that it's all bad or it's all good. Yeah. Some people will always beg.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The begging mentality is not a plus. I agree for any pal rep. Okay. But back to being the human being, when you are in the moment of it, and a human being is at your doorstep, begging and pleading and crying, I have a feeling your response might be different. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, you make it. Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Let's be
But
realistic.
you know how I responded to that earlier, and I'm just saying the poor is always going to be with us. There are always going to be people who will want to beg and want to ask. The effort, however, must be made to ensure that we make as many people as possible and who want to be economically independent, make them that. Create the environment and the opportunities.
Absolutely. I think we should go on a drive towards educating our people on how to build wealth and provide the environment and the opportunities for that. It's been a big miss. You know what I mean? We're young and such what you would think is forward thinking people. I've been disappointed that we have not made a better effort to do that.
You're right.
Me 69mega.com on moun deja find love eveli. Kon sa, si so vle love, mi omega 69 mega. So bella. All man making their own 69 mega cafe la join. So bella. I want the current government create the culture of dependency, or are they perpetuating or facilitating a pre-existing culture that they feel powerless to change? Move in?
Oh yeah, I'd love to comment on that. Yeah, I'd love to comment on that. Let me tell you, I wouldn't say they created it, but I think it got it got it got legs, more legs, and I can cite a perfect example. I mean, again, I have nothing against giving somebody who's truly deserving a house or an apartment. I have nothing against that. Somebody is deserving. But I was looking at a particular handing over of keys, a ceremony in a particular constituency. And when I look at some of the people, they gave the keys to the apartments. Young men, engineers, young women working. You're giving these people 2-bedroom apartments that they don't have to pay anything for. Nothing. How can that be right? How can that be right? You're telling me young people, they either are working fairly good jobs or they have their little businesses, and you're giving them keys, 2 and 3-bedroom apartments. They're not paying a cent. They're not paying anything into a revolving fund. That's it. Tomorrow, somebody else can get something. You're not telling them, okay, normally for that apartment, an apartment that you would pay the bank $1,200 a month, but the government is asking you to pay $300 a month for the next 15 years. Nothing.
Big mistake.
Then you tell me you go into communities and you're giving people cash to do certain things. They come back to you 3 months later and tell you it didn't work, the business failed, and they get more again. And you're nothing holding, you're not holding anybody accountable, no follow-up to see if you're really doing anything. It cannot be right. And those things are happening. Now somebody will tell me, oh, it's sour grapes. I say, no, it's not. That has nothing to do with it. It is a fact. It is a fact. You understand me? So I say, you meet an elderly person or somebody who has worked their guts out, they have nothing, they didn't have a social security, they have nothing, they're living in a dilapidated condition, they need something, give them an apartment, build a little house for them, nice concrete roof, make sure it's solid and so on, organize them. I have no problem with that. These young people who got those apartments who are working, why couldn't you identify government land and instead give them the piece of land, let them register it and use it as collateral and go and take a loan in the bank?
That's right.
You're giving them an apartment that worth $250,000 for free. They're not paying anything. That cannot be right.
You know, the other thing
cannot be right.
So completely against what we know and what's been our heritage, which is, look, I grew up in the house that my grandpa built in 1818 or 1919. In 1919, he built the house. So our grandparents were building homes and leaving it for us. Our parents were building homes and willing it to us. And here we are, we have young people who can work. That is not cool.
It cannot be right. It cannot be right.
Amma says, Red Clinic is the same as us sending barrels home. We have to let the people see their way on their own to understand the true reality.
If the Red Clinic is a fillip, it's a start to see you open your little business or to see you. I have no issues with that. But if it's a situation where you have to go and come again and come again and come again, no, cannot be right. And these, I'm not saying that now, I have said that behind the scenes. It cannot be right. You see some people coming again and they get in again and get in again. It's not right. If the Red Clinic is going to be used to give somebody a start, a jump start, and you've seen them making use of it, it was said that the Red Clinic was somebody have an emergency, they need immediate money to go away and so on. It used to be that. It moved from that.
Mm.
I mean, I can point to situations I am aware of that upset my stomach, man. It upset my stomach because I know that is not what should have been happening, you know. Yeah. Yeah.
Amma says she got to see what was happening, and she noticed that at the Red Clinic, most of the people there were employed people.
Well, some of them I used to see they were employed for real. I don't know for now. I haven't been there for a couple of years. I don't know. But a lot of those new initiatives have been used as political entanglement. To use what's her name? What's the entanglement? Smith.
Wife
Smith.
of Will Smith.
Political entanglement.
Robertson says, and it's the individuals have to take responsibility as well. You cannot just be putting the thing on it's a two-way thing. It's a two-way dynamic. It's a relationship. So the people are at fault too, you know? Robertson says everybody have to wake up on their behind. So Reggie cannot just be delivering money to them like he's an ATM. I think, Mervin, what you said about that earlier is that you would prefer if there were opportunities created, okay, so that people can generate their own money. Mervin should have seen as a citizen a long time ago. Mervin, so you responded to that already, where you can appreciate people's viewpoints that you took a long time.
Of course. I mean, I would be naive to sit here and try and defend that and say people, yeah, of course. I mean, I know some people saying you should have spoken out longer, but you see, the thing is, when you are in the position, you have to know what you're doing. And when you speak, I agree. People feel, maybe if I was in their position, I would say the same thing. Why are you speaking now? Why didn't you speak earlier? So that's fine. The important thing is I'm speaking.
Yeah, I think we have to be protected from ourselves. I am down for term limits, man.
Yeah, of course. I have no issues with that.
I thought this would happen, but I don't want to irritate Sofon. Sofon, I'm going to be kind. I'm not going to say it again. But at the rate we're going, so it's going to be again.
Yeah, but Doc, let me tell you, man, let me tell you, I've said it here. People tell me, you say pray for me and I welcome them. People tell me be careful. Let me tell you, that power thing has gotten to some of these guys' ahead. And it has caused major issues. I am telling you, I know for a fact. I have seen men gone from being genuinely interested in helping people to just at all costs stay and hold on to power because of what the avenue it have created for them. And that currently exists in our governance system in Dominica. I make no apologies for saying that. And that is why I say some of these guys have lost their way.
Yeah.
And it is the people now that have to say, Ugawe. Ugawe.
So for the people who missed that part of when you were answering that question, when it first came up, when I asked you, what tell us about your change of mind?
Well, I mean, like I said, when Skerritt in particular became leader of the Labour Party, I was excited. I saw a young man, bright, charismatic. He said all the things that my head and my spirit and my emotions wanted to hear. And I ran with him. And I don't make any apologies for that. And I was loyal to him. But like I said, when my mother told me I was going to Roseau for the first time coming out cottage, I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning because I was excited going to Roseau for the first time. After I went to Roseau 3, 4, 5 times, and she told me the next time we're going to Roseau, I was like, that's why I can sleep until Stephen Truck reach. Because there's nothing, I see Roseau already. You understand me? So I am saying that men have changed. Men have changed. Men have lost direction.
because they've now become misguided. Their priorities have changed, and as a result, some poor people in the country have suffered and are still suffering. And I believe the only way we can answer that is for people to answer and say, we will send who we want to the parliament, not you tell us who you want us to send.
The people have to wake up. It's like, really, you have to, when you're in an abusive situation, you have to at some point realize and decide what you want to create for yourself. But often that comes with education or re-education, or you read something, you hear something, you talk to a therapist, something. There's usually an intervention, or the pain becomes just unbearable and you cannot take it anymore.
I want to comment on that issue of Albert Williams, because he's saying that is the problem with diasporans. They keep raising issues, but why wouldn't they return to Dominica to give up their jobs and run for elections? Initiating change does not mean you have to run for election. You don't have to be in a candidate for you to initiate change. Let me tell my friend Albert Williams, who is in London, who probably is thinking of going home and run for elections as well. Let me tell him, twice a year, no, I don't, I'm saying it here for the first time, twice a year, I, on my own, send stuff to an institution, I won't call the name, an institution back home. I don't ask anybody to help me fund it. I do it on my own. As recent as last week, I do it every 6 months. And that is just this one institution. I'm already in the process of adopting another institution to do it. I don't have, but I'm giving from my need, because I feel that there are people less fortunate who need some stuff. So I've established some contact with some people at work and otherwise, and I've said, I want to do that. You understand me? So we can do what we can, we can do plenty and create major impact without getting involved as a candidate, my brother. We don't have to be a candidate, because everybody cannot be a candidate. But you can be a voice, and you can help people select the right candidates if you help them think. Bro, I just wanted to tell that to you. Albert and I are very cool. I just want him to let him know that. So don't be taking shots at people when people decide they have, because our role might just be to open the minds of our people and help them think critically.
For themselves.
For themselves.
I think Lunatic is saying, hey, you do get a different vantage point. You're also out of reach. You're out of harm's way. If there is potential harm for you and your family, we're also human beings. We have these basic needs, and those chords can be very powerful, And so when you're outside of reach, it's easier to say.
I will say here, my friend, I will say here again, I was one of the persons who was very reluctant to leave. Because I feel I was in my little comfort zone. But God had his plan, and I know that. God plucked me out, and he said, I have a plan for you, but you're in the jungle. And so you lost. You cannot see or hear what I'm calling you to do. So I have to relocate you. And he does that for a lot of us. I have to relocate you where I can give you a different vantage point. I can prepare you. And then I will send you. And I believe that's where I'm at in this current dispensation.
Okay. God bless you too, Margel. I'm very happy we did this. I think we need to have more of these kinds of conversations. Who tells you have to behave yourself, Anesti? Doc, tells me I have to behave myself. I like to post something.
Me, she talking about. That's my very good friend. I tell her she's too troublesome. So I tell her, I said to her, precision is everything.
Yes.
Me, she talking about. That's my very good friend.
Ah, boy. Yeah, clearly there's a lot. I've got to say that this right here is powerful statement. Bribery is like prostitution. They are considered victimless crimes. A prostitute will never go to the police, nor will those involved with the prostitute. Those being bribed will never go to the police, nor those bribing them. It's again, the individual must remember that everything passes. So this now is about our spirituality and our morality, and we will be judged, you know what I mean? And we got to make those decisions. I think our politicians are at risk of high moral injury because there's so much access. There's so much access without many checks. And so that they have a choice to continue that way or not, understanding that we see them, the people see, and systems change. Nothing lasts forever, Look, the FBI just go also at Ethel House.
Okay. All right.
It's a nasty thing, I mean, we don't need
We should recognize
there is cause and effect. There's laws of the universe that you cannot violate. And if you violate it in your ignorance or because you're at a certain level of moral development, when you know better, you have to do better. So if any of the ministers are listening, you all just heard better.
It's just like our life, you see me?
Like
I have little issues now. And mommy used to say, God, so you will, boy, when you grow older, you'll feel it. And I was like, I worry. Garçon après un do moins qu'avant moi, genou moins. Moi I say Paul, but I didn't think that when I reached a certain age I'll start feeling those things. So it's just the same way. We happy go lucky. We figure we have it now and we can do what we want.
So Mervyn Margel says this is the same issues that UWP is raising. What do you think is the problem? UWP is raising these issues. But
I think he was talking about the issues when somebody asked you asked the question about I don't know if it's a CBI or anyway, but generally speaking, again, you see, politics is a science. You have to understand what people spirit is listening to. Mm-hmm. It's not just what tingles the ears, it's what goes in there and convicts a man to do. Oftentimes people wonder why is it that the Labour Party was able to have people going for 27 years. Look at the messaging. Okay? Learn that. So the point I try to make is with Margel, and Margel has a question. UWP may have been saying that, but it's how you saying it. And who is it appealing to? Is it appealing to your supporters you have already? You're not going anywhere. Like a wheelbarrow, you stay the same place. If the message doesn't appeal to new people that will give you the majority, the messaging is wrong. So there's a difference in a message, and there's a difference between a message and messaging.
Here is the other problem, if you ask me. The other problem I see is an unwillingness to listen. Because I have a feeling that this has been brought to the organization already. I have a feeling. We have an unwillingness to listen. We think our way is the way, and we're just going to give it to you and you're going to take it. Because we have decided that it will work. C'est pas comme ça. That's why shop does couler. You did not do your market research. You can't even many bagayula. Those people tell you they want your thing. They don't want it like that. They might want it, but not with this packaging.
Tansa, in a monkey boy poison. It have people that drink poison because of the labeling,
I'm telling you.
The label was so nice. They believe it's juice. They take time. They didn't take time to read it, They open the bottle, they drink it after they drink the poison. Poison kill away, but the label, it was so nice. Take your time and ensure what is being brought to you is something that you digesting. Which is what I've always been trying to do.
And what I'm saying is I cannot feel excellent about the refusal to learn the lessons. I think that why am I being such a slow learner? What is the problem with listening? A wise man takes good counsel.
That's right.
You understand? So we're going to mess up when we think, well, it's my way. I got to
That is
do
why
it.
when somebody said earlier tonight that they force people to listen to one radio station, that doesn't make sense to
No,
me.
no.
Nobody can force you in the privacy of your home to listen to one radio station. Open your mind. Open your mind.
Cooperate with that. Participate.
Bring all the ideas to your table, and you don't know, ask somebody. Make informed decisions. You understand what I'm saying? That is how we come about making decisions. That is how we initiate change. We arm ourselves with the information, and then we decide this is best for me.
Indeed, indeed. Look, so I'm taking 2 more statements and then we wrap it up. We're so grateful that you all shared in this meaningful conversation with us. I think we have to keep talking because there's so much more to keep talking about. Olivia says, some diaspora contribute more to Dominica's economy than many living in the country. We know that's true. Okay? We know that is true. And I'm going to end with Steve Paul's statement. Power
my friend.
And you know, when we think in the scheme of things, we're like, 27 years have passed, 20 how many years have passed, you know, nothing lasts forever. Wise people pay attention. There are certain laws in the universe that never change. No matter how we try to bend them, they cannot change. They will not change just for us. Okay, power is fleeting. We need to all realize and respect our humanness, our fragility, our mortality. We must know when to say hello and when to say goodbye.
I saw comments from all over Germany tonight there, man. And I'm telling you, you know, I'm really, really happy that you have, first of all, have the platform. And I want to take the opportunity to publicly, you know, commend you on the excellent work that you've been doing, you know, helping people massage their feelings on a daily basis, helping them come to terms with who they are and begin to have a greater appreciation for the life that they, I mean, I keep telling you, you don't know the impact of what you're doing. So I really want to compliment you for what you've been doing using this platform. And you know, you really stung my conscience when you said to me a couple of months ago, moving, but you need to speak. And I was like, nah, I don't. Yeah, you cannot say other people should speak and you're not speaking. You stung my conscience. It was like a bee sting that stay, you know, with me for a while. And you know, and I will continue to speak because there's a lot more I have to say. Like I said, there's so many things that still needs to be spoken about. You have the state of crime in the country. You have our young men, you know, that's my passion. You know, you have, I mean, I was having a conversation with somebody today or last night, and I don't want to mention the topic yet, but it is frightening in that aspect in Dominica. So I will continue to speak. I have more articles coming, and I'm hoping that this is not going to be our last discussion together. I continue. I tell you, I admire what you're doing, and like I said, sometimes I jump onto the program, and you don't know because I don't make myself visible. But as a kind of person I am, sometimes I just like to soak in stuff, internalize it, let it fortify my inner resolve, because I too need that kind of strength going forward. You know, I'm human, I err, I make mistakes, and there are times when I'm down and I need that kind of thing. So I feed on that, you know, the thing that you're doing, and knowing you as well as I do, I trust you. I feel safe with your advice, if you understand what I'm saying, you know. You know, you keep reminding me of the days when I used to walk out in Antigua, so but that's just so beautiful that you know, we can connect at a point in our lives where we can both be giving back, you know, to a community that molded us and gave us the grounding that we have, you know. And I thank you. I want to thank Pastor Paul Carrot for joining. He's another son of the soil. And I believe that is what Cottage and the Cottage constituency has produced. There are so many of us outside who have a contribution to make. And I will say it again, the Cottage constituency for its loyalty deserves better, more. Not that we have not gotten, we deserve better. We cannot be given scraps and then we become stagnant and for some people to feel, well, all you get already. And that is not it. And I'm not even going to knock anybody, Reggie or the Prime Minister, anybody for only infrastructure. I'm talking about people's development, improving our people, improving our people, let our people become more independent, let them free them up then. Let them feel free to talk and tell you, I do not like what you're doing, but they can still go and vote for you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Give them the opportunity to say that. Let them say that. Don't hang something over their head. Well, if you say you do not like what I did, your child will not get the bus fare, or you wouldn't get this and you wouldn't get no. So, my friend, I thank you. I thank you profusely. I want to thank all those people who commented, even those who gave me some blast here, some of it which I see is like really untrue. People felt that I was sent to the hatchet job and all those people accused me of all kind of thing, saying I had to go St. Thomas to get people to vote. I never got involved in that, but that's all right. I mean, that's okay. I love them still, and I'm here, man. I've committed myself to allow the Lord to use me as an advocate for change from a spiritual standpoint, and change from a moral standpoint, a political standpoint, an economic standpoint. Whatever it is he sees fit to use me to do, I'm available. And I'm open anytime you feel you want me to spend another couple of hours with you. I'm here, man. I'm here.
Well, I'm very grateful that you said yes. At the beginning, I said sometimes we ask God for things, but very quickly he comes and he says, "Oh, you say you want that? Well, look, here I come."
Be careful what you ask for; you just might get it.
So this spring, when I said I have to speak up about what I'm seeing, like what is happening, like did we fall asleep? And no, we're just waking up. If we're not waking up, we need to wake up and become more engaged and connected, And so when I told you you should speak up more, Moshe, more padekakwe,
Yeah, but you hurt a little bobo inside there because that thing still that's I take a 2 month in one.
I I didn't know what I was speaking to, but it is what it is. And I think I really believe this, that we can talk through anything if we're willing to sit long enough with the other person. You see, it's 11:42. If we're willing to sit with each other long enough, we can come all the way through to the end. I can give you, the child in me can give you your quaz, like, why you talking about my people, my brother? Why you bringing them things there up?
Of course. And this is just reality. You just have to deal with it. It is the truth. It is the truth.
I know.
And you have a right to feel that.
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah. But I think that all of us owe it to Dominica. This Dominica that all of us we ball in on. I love Dominica. I love it so much. I love it so much. What service shall we render thee? This Dominica we love. What service shall we render thee? And sometimes you can catch a problem in enough time to make an adjustment. Sometimes you wait too late and you've lost the opportunity. I really don't want us to lose the opportunity.
Pastor Paul Carrot is still there, man. He's saying thanks. I'm so happy to have him. I love this man so much. I spend so much time just checking him out, man. His programs and so on. So yeah, Ras Albert Williams, man. Yeah, I love you, brother. I know I have feelings.
Yo. We thank you for sitting with us and talking with us and to us. And I will spend some time looking through the comments, and where I can, I'll respond. Mervin, where you can, you'll respond if a thought comes based on, a question you think you might want to.
That's my big brother there. Hey, Chris.
Okay, so yeah, y'all. Nous que parler en l'autre
Yeah,
fois.
man. Yeah, man. Bless you again. I thank you so much. I keep lifting you up in prayer all the time. I pray for you specifically because I know you're doing a good job. Again, I just want to echo it, even if I sound like a recurring decimal, I just want to thank you so much for what you're doing. And, keep doing what you're doing, man. Just keep doing. I told you the other day, you just put the key, you start the train, man. It's rolling, it's beginning to roll, it's think, and it's and people are going to along the way, people are going to get on board because it's a train that the country needs, man.
We have to remember who we are and
yeah,
why.
man. Yeah,
Yeah.
And let me tell the people of Cottage constituency, we no tooth and Sam, we have plenty. We have a lot of resourceful people from the constituency. We have a lot of people who are willing, ready. Let us rise up in love, not hating people, hating each other. Don't be upset with Reggie because I wrote the article about the Cottage constituency. We don't hate Reggie. It's not about Reggie.
And I'm going to ask them, don't hate you.
Please, I beg them not to do that because it's only it's only themselves they're gonna hurt. But we want better for and if it means we have to say, Reggie, we thank you, we love you for we appreciate your years of service, but we want fresh air. We want to roll with a fresh movement. Let's do that in love, because at the end of the day, Modi Trifina Mavle Molami week. Molivi Cortez. I still want to go to Lansquent. I still want to go to carry that. So let us make the place. Let us advocate for what we want to make sure that we can say, this is the land of my birth, of which I am so proud. I bless you. I love all of you. I bless you, my friend Trifina. I bless you.
Thank you very much, y'all. I hope you all have a nice.
Nettie, not giving up on being a Nettie. Nettie.
That is like a broken record.
Nettie. Yeah.
So I hope you all have a good night. Pray, ground yourself, ask for inspiration. That's the best I can suggest. I also very strongly believe in the power of the individual. And it is the you, it is the me, it is the individual, you, me, you over there and you over there, that together we come together, we make the community and we make the country. So c'est ça c'est tout.
Shalom.
Peace.
Yeah, bless you, my friend.